Hi, good morning. We're a little bit early for the Sarah Boone Trial. I mean, barely early. It's starting about 5 minutes. So if you guys are part of the replay crew, just jump to when the trial starts. But yeah, it's about a 5 minute wait. So I will be right back. Hey guys, good morning. Oh my god, it's so dark over here. It's like dark over here. I don't think the sun's gonna come up for another hour. And it's cold too. Ooh. How was your guys' weekend? Hi Rebecca. Hey Amanda. No alligators? I know. Where them alligators at? Oh wait, do they get alligators or crocodiles? Hi AG. Hello, hello. Did you guys have a good weekend? I told you guys, don't think about this case. All right, I think I'm gonna wear. Should I wear a hoodie? I didn't even fix my hair yet. Oh no. A Florida Jaguar. Oh no, 45 degrees. Okay, I'm just kidding, Christine. When I said cold, it's like it's not cold here. You have not talked about case or watched the media. Hi, Go Lucky. Hi, lady. Good morning. Yeah, I don't have the camera on right now. I'm trying to decide, should I wear a hoodie or nah? Hoodie or nah? I'm gonna wear a hoodie for now. Ooh, Orlando Pride this weekend was really fun. How's the weather in Orlando? Oh, the toddler case. Yeah, that one looks super, super sad. So, did she murder her own kid because the child's father didn't want to have anything to do with her? Is that why? Also, I think I'm having an allergic reaction to my eyes right now. Darn it. I think my eczema's flaring up. I think my allergies are flaring up. Oh no. Hi, Rain. I know. Hoodie seasons are the best. I agree. I just wasn't sure if it was going to get hot in here. My computer gets really hot sometimes and it blows hot air towards me. Hi, Jem. You're in your work uniform, sweatshirt, sweatpants in front of my computer. Nice. That is the best. Okay, I'm struggling here. She was mean to him because the dad never loved him. I think I heard that she had other children too, right? But she targeted the one son. What a piece of shit. Like, what an actual piece of fucking shit. Was it revealed how she murdered her son? All I heard was she murdered her son and then she discarded his body in the trash. However, I think they recovered pieces or something elsewhere. It's currently 78 today, high 83. Oh, the camera's coming on. There it is. Hi. In the landfill. I think they're trying to say she had 2 kids. She can do much for themselves and she got overwhelmed, along with the dad not being in the picture. So it's like, okay, I'm overwhelmed. There's a lot on my plate. Let me just go murder one child and not get caught. All the bones are from the landfill? Oh, okay. That's all. Oh, gotcha. Oh, it's so sad. Yeah, I heard the father of the child tried to deny saying that he was the dad, and like I don't think he accepted it initially. Put up for adoption, yeah, especially like a child that young. People are going to be willing to adopt. I ran to your channel this morning. Hi, C. Marie. How's it going? I feel like I should wake up earlier and make breakfast. I don't know why. Like, I could wake up at any time during the day, but I'll just get insanely hungry. Even though I don't eat at 6 a.m., I eat at normally 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. I'm already starving. She blamed the kid because the father didn't want her to have him and left her. I mean, the guy is also a piece of shit, too. I feel so bad for the child. Also, people should not have kids in order to save a relationship. Yeah, I wonder if she accidentally got pregnant, thought about keeping the kid because she wanted to keep the guy, and the guy was like, nope. And then maybe she had hope, you know, like, oh, maybe when the child's born, he'll change. Nope. Pancakes? I'll take some pancakes. Can I get some blueberry compote? All right, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. We are here for day 2 of the Sarah Boone trial. I made a recap video about this trial. However, it's not really just a recap video. It's like a recap video, like a shortened, highlighted version of the trial. If you guys haven't seen day 1, you guys can either watch our 8-hour stream that we watch, or you guys can watch I made a 3-hour video where I included the opening statements from the state, from the defense. I recommended which one to listen to. I said, listen to the defense for sure, because we had to see what kind of defense they're going to put up with when they have Sarah Boone testify. Also, George Torres' brother testified as well. We had like a 911 person, Publix person that you didn't really need to listen to their testimony much, but 911 person just like, okay, that's a 911 call. Yes. Publix person, yes, we have receipts. We have, camera footages, surveillance footage, because we're going to see surveillance footage of Sarah Boone, George going to Publix and buying these giant-ass wine bottles, which I found, by the way, when I was at the grocery store a day or two ago. From George's brother, his testimony was really short, kind of straight to the point. They avoided Sarah Boone. They didn't really like Sarah Boone. He had his last phone call with George, and Sarah Boone's in the background yelling something about George was choking her or had choked her or something, but she sounded angry. And not too much. I mean, honestly, the state is just rolling through really quickly. Who else did we hear from? We also heard from, I think the last testimony of the day was a crime scene person. Who do we have? Heard from Juan Torres. The neighbors. Yes. So I took up pieces of the neighbors' testimony. So that's actually 2 neighbors that we heard from. But the neighbors heard Sarah and George arguing back and forth the night that George would have went in the suitcase. And all of a sudden, when the arguing was, still ongoing, there was a really loud, like, boom noise, like a really loud noise where they literally said the walls were shaking. They did mention that the staircase is right next to their bedrooms, and it sounds like the sound started from somewhere at the elevated area to somewhere that's like a little bit lower. So maybe a staircase. We also heard from Mr. Brian Boone, the father. So when I first listened to his testimony, I was like, oh, why didn't he bring up the abuse about Sarah Boone, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, it's probably because like it's improper. They probably are waiting for it to be introduced through Sarah Boone's testimony or some other way for Brian Boone to come back. And then maybe they can talk about, okay, Brian Boone, was there any abuse that you endured while you were with Sarah Boone? So it was probably improper to bring it up at the time in direct examination. And they probably weren't allowed to. So that's why they didn't get into it. Because Brian Boone did mention that in the police interview. But Brian Boone just gave us basically a rundown of what happened the day that he showed up. He was trying to locate Sarah Boone because she was supposed to pick up the child, and he wants to make sure she was going to do that because, she's pretty flaky with that. Miss Excellent Mother over here. But he finally got a hold of Sarah Boone. She called him back, and she was like, oh, George is dead. And he's like, call 911. She hadn't called 911 yet. He's on his way over. He gets there. Call 911. Call 911. She hasn't called 911 yet. So he had to tell her to call 911 3 times for her to finally call 911. And he was like, okay, well, you're on the phone with 911. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm going to wait in the fucking car because I don't want to be involved in any of this shit. And I don't want he probably didn't want his fingerprints, his DNA everywhere. He probably just wanted to get the heck out because he walked into the front entrance area and then said he saw feet coming out. And he was like, nope. So we heard from Brian Boone. We heard from the maintenance supervisor. The maintenance supervisor has a statement that he claims Sarah Boone made, saying that when he saw her that day, she claimed to say that she wanted to teach him a lesson. However, in cross-examination, it seems like the defense is trying to say that, like, oh, you didn't seem to mention this before. You had an interview with the detectives. You had a phone conversation with the state back in like a couple months ago. Did you mention this? So that's being kind of like contested right now. We got to see from the body cam footages of Kayla Rodriguez. Her body cam footage was the one that went viral. She was the very patient police officer who dealt with Sarah Boone when Sarah Boone was like begging for Dr. Pepper, cigarettes, I need water, and then doing all her like, crazy shit that she was doing. So we got to see her on the stand, and then we got to see John Martinez, get to see his body cam footage as well. However, his body cam footage, I think, was only activated towards the end when the detectives were talking to Sarah Boone, or I don't know if he just got there late. Now, Melissa Roughgarden, again, back to the crime scene person. With Melissa Roughgarden, she took pictures of the apartment. She took pictures of the suitcase, the baseball bat. And as the trial is progressing on day one, we're learning more and more and more information. And I don't think it was just simply George and Sarah got super drunk. George and Sarah thought it was funny to get in a suitcase. George gets in a suitcase. Sarah leaves him in there. She falls asleep. And then she wakes up and she forgot. That story that we've been listening to for the past 4 to 5 years, I don't think it happened that way. Because to me, it was always like, damn, that's like pretty fucking weird. They're playing hide and go seek or something. They're playing tag, whatever it is. It's a really weird story. But now that we're getting more context in, now it seems like, and this is all like guesstimates here, but now it seems like Sarah and George got really fucking drunk, because we realized it's not just 2 bottles of wine and maybe some vodka. It was actually 2 giant bottles of wine? Yeah, 2 giant bottles of wine. I'm sorry, guys, I'm so fucking tired. It was 2 giant bottles of wine. They were not your normal 750 milliliter bottles of wine. They were like 1.5 liters. And that's a fuck ton of wine. Okay, between 2 people who were, I think George was like 103 pounds when they found him. Sarah Boone, I don't know how much she weighed. I think her license plate might have said like 130 pounds. But honestly, if you look at her, she didn't look 130 pounds. She looked like maybe she was like 115, 120. Maybe. But they got really fucking drunk. They obviously got in a fucking fight. They were arguing. The neighbors heard it. And, I think it's possible that she took the bat. She hit George with it or pushed him down the stairs. And then while he was like, incapacitated, I think she put him in the suitcase. And then she either was trying to discard the body, maybe because she thought he was dead, or she put him in the suitcase because she, was like, okay, well, I'm going to put you in here. I'm going to punish you. I'm going to get you. I don't know. Not too sure. But she left him in there. She was taunting him. He wanted to get out. He kept saying he couldn't breathe. And she left him in there. So the other thing that we saw in the crime scene photos as well. Now, if you guys haven't seen, like I said, the testimony yet, go back to day one. I made like a 3-hour video. And I showed the pictures on the screen that I thought were like kind of important. The suitcase was not completely empty when George was inside. It seems like there was stuff in it. There were clothes, there were paper, there was George's needle for, what was it again? I don't know if I wrote a note about it. What was it? Not epinephrine. It's like for some sort of medication. Oh, fuck, what was it again? Maybe you guys can tell me in the chat. But there was stuff in the suitcase. He wasn't in there by himself. There was like other shit in there. And they had clothes that were bloodied because obviously, George had blood coming out of his mouth. And now it makes sense because before I was like, oh, maybe George had blood coming out of his mouth because, I don't know, asphyxiation. Maybe somehow like blood just came out or something. Maybe he panicked, bit his cheek. Or maybe she pushed him in the suitcase while he was like, maybe pushed him down the staircase or something like that. But now it makes sense. She beat him with the baseball bat. That's why he was bleeding. That's why he had bruises everywhere. And that's why he had like all this other shit. Oh, diazepam. Yes. Yeah, it was diazepam. So, like I said, the suitcase wasn't empty. There was like shit in there. He was in the suitcase. He was bleeding. There was blood. And the crazy thing is, this woman rejected a plea deal when she filmed her own crime, when she still had the weapon. The bat was right in the living room, just laying against the wall. The suitcase right over there. There was blood. She made no attempts to get rid of anything, clean up anything, because she was just probably just so fucking drunk. And I don't believe that she immediately went upstairs and fell asleep. I think she sat there drunk until she passed out, and George was they were probably in the living room. I think she passed out in the living room. She waited until she passed out drunk, and then she just like left him in there because she fell asleep to him whimpering to get out. Like, it's fucking sick. Yeah, I think someone said in the chat it's like a Valium. But I didn't know they did diazepam in. It was like a needle, right? Injections. Yeah, I didn't know that people injected diazepam. Diazepam injections used to relieve. Here, let's go to the Mayo Clinic. Hi, Lily. How are you doing today? I know, Crisby. I don't think the sun's coming up for another hour. Hi, Golden Samurai. Hello, hello. I mean, at this point, we've been listening to a silly version of Sarah Boone's story for the past 4 to 5 years. It didn't really make sense. But now, as more information is coming in, mostly through her, as more information is coming in, we're starting to realize that it might be way worse than what we originally thought. Diazepam injection is used to relieve symptoms of anxiety and, oh, really? Alcohol withdrawal. Oh, I had no idea. That's like really specific. It is also used to relieve anxiety before surgery or certain procedures. While diazepam is used before surgery, the patient will not remember some of the details about the procedure. Diazepam injection is also used to treat seizures, including status epilepticus. It may also be used to help relax muscles or relieve muscle spasm. Diazepam injection is a benzodiazepine. Benzodiazepines belong to a group of medicines called central nervous system depressants, which are medicines that slow down the nervous system. This medicine is be given under only the directive use of your doctor, and Corgi is tired, so she can't fucking read. Never mixed with booze. I don't know if they found diazepam in his system. I don't know. I haven't seen the medical reports. I've only seen motions and like court docs or even like police reports that refer to the medical examination, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know. Maybe we'll get to hear from the medical examiner today. The state is moving at a lightning speed, a very non-lolly speed, which I am like, thank you. Let's get to the point. Let's just get to the point. It's been almost 5 years. Let's just get to the point. Now, the cross-examination of our crime scene person was very interesting, though. I was very disheartened to hear. Maybe, and redirect happened, so it's not like we got a good explanation why, but they did not test the blood in the suitcase, nor did they test the bat. I'm assuming the detectives were like, you know what? Who else could it be? George was in the suitcase. George was the victim here. Whose blood is it going to be? But I feel like just test it. Why not? Just test the blood in the suitcase. Just test the bat. So Mr. Beck, one of Sarah's attorney, did the cross-examination, and we found that the blood in the suitcase and the bat was not analyzed. And then Mr. Beck tried to make it seem like there were other things that were not documented. He was like, oh, but there was like holes in the wall. Did you document that? Oh, the pillowcase was bloody. Did you document that? But then in redirect, it seems like there were no holes in the wall. I don't know. That's what the state made it seem like. And there were no bloody pillowcases. Otherwise, she would have took pictures of it. So, in cross-examination, when the defense does it, they always have to make it seem like, oh, this person, they are incompetent. Can you really believe their testimony? They didn't even do this. They didn't even do that. And then, in redirect, it's like, well, they didn't do that because either it's not in their purview or it was that doesn't exist. But I thought it was interesting that they didn't analyze the blood or the bat. When the ads pop up, it kills my ears. Oh, are the ads super loud on YouTube? Here's what I like about the ads on YouTube. You can skip them. The ads on Twitch, for those of you guys who are watching on Twitch, is it under JRPG? Oh, it's because when you put the category stuff up, it just stays on there. So, I play JRPGs. So, I just leave it up there, I guess. She wanted Brian to be like, let me help you take care of this mess. And he was like, nope. Yeah, I don't know. Sarah, as much as she loves to be in control, it seems like she also loved playing the damsel in distress. She would run to Brian Boone for almost everything. Call the cops. I bet you she even tried to run to George's family until they realized what a manipulative piece of shit she was. Because she probably went to his family to try to turn them against him. I wouldn't be surprised with that. And then maybe at some point the family was like, you know what? Listen, both of them are hot messes. Sarah Boone, probably super fucking manipulative. Got to be careful with that one. Why would they test it? Because you never know what's going to happen in a case. You never know. What if like, later on you find out that like, oh, okay, well, someone else was in the apartment that day and no one else knew about that or something, or like defense tries to throw more theories. I just feel like you just want to have like a good, solid, sealed case. You never know what the defense is going to throw, especially during a trial. They might be like, oh, by the way, guys, the blood on the baseball, it's actually not George's. It's actually Sarah's because George hit Sarah with a baseball bat at some point. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you never know. Like, shit like that always happens in a trial. You never know. I just feel like you just want to make sure, just fucking doubly make sure. Sarah's really the worst. All the interviews of the neighbors and family show how manipulative Sarah was. She was feeding everyone stories. Yeah. About George. I wonder if we're going to hear from the property manager today. Because it seems like Sarah did a lot of talking. George did not. Did they take Sarah's blood? I don't believe so. No. Not that I know of. Because she would have to be brought in for that. I know they got underneath her fingernails. But no, I don't believe they withdrew her blood. A shady defense will spin any kind of things. Yeah, you never know. You just want to make sure everything is like sealed, okay? I need you to help me beat someone's esteem down. They can't exist without me. Didn't they mention the blood alcohol? They mentioned the blood alcohol, but I thought it was in reference to the previous arrest. So, because I remember they were talking about the Winter Park Advent Health docs and stuff like that. And they're talking about like the blood alcohol level. I know George got his blood drawn a couple times. And then for Sarah, I don't know if she got her blood drawn when she was arrested. Hi, Naimira. Oh gosh. I haven't studied my Duolingo in a while. Well, in Owen's opening statement, or was it an opening statement? No. Was it an argument with the judge? In an argument with the judge, Owens tried introducing pictures of Sarah Boone and the dogs, and then states like, how is this relevant? Owens is like, well, I mean, we want to show that George did not only abuse Sarah, but he also abused the animals as well. They did a mouth swab. Yeah, they swabbed her. They did like a buccal swab, and then they probably swabbed her hands. But I didn't hear anything about blood draw. It's been 4 years. Sarah to this day changing her story every day. I forgot I had battered syndrome for 4 years, but yeah, I have it now. Yeah, it's wild, right? It's wild how she went through so many attorneys. And I bet you all those other attorneys were like, Sarah, battered spouse just doesn't make sense in your scenario. I'm sorry. The battered spouse defense just does not make sense. And she probably went head to head with them. And they're like, okay, I'm withdrawing. We can't. This is too adversarial. And then she's got a whole new defense team. They're like, you know what? Let's test it out. Let's test out the battered spouse defense. Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's wild that they chose to jump on this case when, well, Owens did say that he thought that he was gonna get a continuance. He really thought the judge was gonna agree to a continuance. He was surprised that the judge was like, nope. So I think Owens jumped on thinking that he was gonna get a continuance, and then was like, fuck, we didn't get the continuance, and I'm kind of stuck here. So, all right, let's go, full steam ahead, full steam ahead. But you know what? I think Owens did pretty decent in his opening statement. I think he did pretty decent. We're getting a preview of what Sarah Boone's going to say on the stand. But it's so crazy to hear them attempt to explain everything about the case so far. Like, oh, why is George in this suitcase? Why was he kept in this suitcase? Why do you think that you're in fear of your life? Oh, why is the suitcase flipped over? Why does George have bruises and blood on him? it's fun to see them squirm and try to explain away these things. That's why when she testifies, it'll be very entertaining. He did a bad move by being so close to the jury. Most jurors don't like that shiz. I wonder why she said she doesn't care if the jury knows she was in jail, but didn't want them to know she had 8 different attorneys prior to him. I mean, the 8 different attorney things is like, it's pretty prejudicial. It's like, oh, wait, is there something wrong with her? Why did she have so many attorneys previously? Mm-hmm. When does the victim shaming stop? Sarah is not the victim in this case. It's George. Yeah. The defense is just like, Sarah's the victim, guys. Can't you see it? It's Sarah who's the victim. Poor Sarah. He's gone, just like Jodi Arias saying that, her murdered ex was a pedo. We'll never hear George's side, just do your time. Yeah. It's unfortunate because the thing about relationships is most of the people surrounding you, your family members, your friends, they don't really know the ins and out of a relationship, right? They only get like a glimpse of it. They only know like a portion of it. So we won't get much. But I mean, with Sarah Boone, we're hearing a lot from her because now she's even admitted to hitting George with a baseball bat, although she's only trying to minimize it and say, oh, but I hit his fingers. Sure. Her makeup looks terrible. I don't think she should put eyeliner on. It looks off balance if you only have eyeliner on the bottom and it's like disconnected from your eyelashes and you got nothing on the top. Because you gotta like blend it in. I think she'll look fine with no eyeliner. I don't know why the eyeliner, I don't know why she thought she needed eyeliner to make her eyes pop or something. Her beautiful eyes. Hi Reese, you're very excited for today. What's up, Young? Hello. All right, well, aside from that, was there anything else to recap? That's about it. I mean, things went by pretty quickly. Owen said that Sarah Boone was going to testify next week. So I don't know if you should take Owen's word for it, but that would mean Sarah Boone is testifying this week. And yeah, if you guys didn't watch yesterday's trial, sorry, not yesterday's. If you guys didn't watch the day one, we have the 8-hour live stream up, or I recommend check out maybe the 3-hour one if you don't have time to watch an 8-hour stream. But the 8-hour stream, I recommend speed it up. Do 2 times speed. So the 8-hour stream is really 4 hours. You're curious why they're behind? I don't know what's going on. We're about 30 minutes late. Man, I could have slept in just a little bit more. She dressing up. Nah, they would have dragged her. Okay, they would have dragged her. One eyeliner on, you coming, ma'am. Dragging you over here. But hey, you know what? Day one, did it look like Sarah was awake, attentive? Did it look like she was writing? It didn't seem like she was falling asleep. So you know what? Maybe she didn't eat the Pop-Tarts, the peppermints, and all that stuff. Actually, maybe the peppermints, because like I said, we don't know what the breath be smelling like. Because, when you're on the table, you got to be whispering to your attorneys and stuff like that. She's probably trying to sneak in them Pop-Tarts. Okay, if you can have... Did I ask this already? If you can have one snack to bring to court. One snack. Because I think someone was like, pho. And I was like, no, that's not a fucking snack. You can't bring a bowl of pho. You can have like one snack. One legitimate snack to bring to court. What would you be snacking on? I remember someone said carrots. Like baby carrots or something. I'm like, okay, we got some healthy people in here. Popcorn? What? Dude, popcorn would drive me nuts. Because like your hands are all dirty and stuff. And then the popcorn kernels being stuck in your teeth. That shit drives me nuts. I would have to bring a toothpick with me. Hot dogs. No, you can't be snacking on damn hot dogs in the courtroom. That should be smelling too much. Raisins and cashews. Oh, gosh. I hate cashews. I like nuts. And raisins. Oh, raisins, when I was a kid, God, those like little snack pack things had these like little raisin boxes, mini raisin box. God, they're so nasty. Where is it? Oh my God, my childhood. Oh God, the Sun-Maid raisins dried. Oh gosh, I hated these so much. Oh my God, these little mini packs. This right here, so gross. Because what I liked eating I like the green ones. The green ones were good. Or cranberries. I love cranberries. And then I would get tricked, and I'm like, oh god, these are raisins. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Tanica's 2 cents shows out of negative reports for taking the staples out of the books and using them to take her pants in. I saw that she got in trouble for that, but that was like I think that was like a couple months ago. Did that happen again recently? A pound cake? That sounds good. Combos? Okay, I like combos. Snickers? No, Snickers is like it's I don't know, man. It's like too sticky. Oh, the PB and J Smuckers. The PB. You mean like the Uncrustables or Uncrusties or whatever they're called? Dude, those have too much peanut butter and jelly inside. Too much. I don't like it when it's like too much and just like oh, Sour Patch. Ooh, movie theater candy. Okay. Fun tip grape cheese balls, pretzels and trail mix. Okay, that sounds reasonable. The tiny boxes were cute. Well, I was tiny, so to me they were like I don't know. I just hated them. Yes, gummy bears, chewy granola bars, Twizzlers, strawberry. Okay, I like how you specified. I only like Twizzlers if they're the sour kind. My kids love raisins and I can't stand them. Really? Cookies? If I can't have popcorn? Ooh, cookies. Yum. Yum, that sounds good. Chocolate covered espresso beans? Oh man, that seems like you're going to be all like amped up. Oh, this is the court's negative reports, not the jailhouse ones. Was that again recently? For Staples, like, wait, what? Oh hell, she's not gonna get on good behavior. She doesn't know how to follow the rules. She thinks she's special. Okay, just kidding. You know what? I know why Sarah Boone she didn't accept a plea deal because you know what? She wouldn't have gotten on good behavior. She thinks she's special and she likes to break the rules. We can't be friends. Yeah, I can't do cashews and raisins. Those are like the worst. I love almonds. I love macadamias. Oh, macadamias are my newest thing because I went to Hawaii and I discovered macadamias. They're so good. Peanuts are like, eh. I used to like what are they called again? The one that are in the shells and you got pistachios. I used to like those, but I don't like those anymore. Beef jerky, ice cream, raisinette. I'll do cranberries. The little dry cranberries. The sugar-free gummy bears. That sounds gross. Okay, a steak, mashed potatoes, and broccoli. Listen, this is not like okay. If you're in prison and you're about to go on like death sentence, what will be your last meal? Okay, this is not one of those. You can't be bringing that into the courtroom. A fruit by the foot. Oh man, childhood stuff. Someone mentioned she can take the plea. She turned it down. There's no deal unless the DA offers another one. Dan, thank you so much for the $9.99. Yeah, my understanding is once you say no, you say no. You can't be like, oh, you know what? Actually, the trial's going pretty bad. It's not in my favor. So can I, I'm going to take that plea deal that you offered me. It's like, no, we already offered you. You turn it down. It's on the record. So my understanding is unless they offer another one, which I don't know if they would, unless they offer another one, we'll see what happens. Because, the trial already started. But I don't know, maybe midway through, they're like, hey, okay, Sarah, like, how about 20 years? You want to take 20 years? Dry fruit for snacks, pound cake with ice cream. Bugles, so I have the witch hat fingers. Oh, gosh, the bugles. Yes, I loved doing that as a kid. The jury will offer her a plea deal. You know what? I mean, we get to hear her testify in the stand, so I'm glad she rejected the plea deal. I'm glad she did. I don't know. If I could have any snack, what would I snack on? Oh, probably a sandwich. Yeah, I'll do a sandwich. A sandwich would be nice. Sandwich and soup, but you probably can't have soup. Can you have a sandwich? I don't know if you can have a sandwich, actually. Maybe not. Yeah, she's probably going to say it over and over on the stand. Not intentional. Not intentional. Someone make that. So she needs to make merch out of that. Not intentional. She's going to try to be innocent and timid on the stand. Yes. Yes. We saw a preview of that when she testified in the pre-trial. like very meek, mousy voice, and she's probably gonna turn into like a childlike state. I think she. Wait, what? 10 a.m. No, please don't say that. What do you mean? The trial starting at 10 a.m. Wait, Matt, where did you hear that from? All right, let me go to. Is that Twitter? 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Who's in the courtroom? Ritz cracker with cheese. You want a sushi? But the moment you whip out that soy sauce, I don't know, it's gonna be stinking everywhere. As soon as they say something she doesn't like, she's gonna get mouthy. She can't say not intentional. She's using battered spouse defense. It has to be intentional. Yeah, that's why the judge was confused. The judge was like, well, you said it was an accident. And then he's like, no, it's not an accident. It's like, wait, what? It's an accident, not an accident? Ooh, caramel apples. Ooh, yummy. Too sticky, but I love caramel. Actually, no, I didn't get any caramel apples yet. It's that time of the year to get caramel apples. Gyoza. I like that. It's probably going to be like, you don't understand. What's crazy is when you confront someone with evidence and it's undeniable evidence, and then they will still deny. They will still be like, well, you're not listening to it correctly. I didn't mean this. I don't know. It's wild. Seeing people squirm on the stand and try to deny. Okay, let me. Oh, you know what? I think I forgot to. Oh, no, I did include it. Okay. Guys, remember the end of trial yesterday where the judge was like, Sarah, are you satisfied with your attorneys? She's like, absolutely. Have you agreed with everything that they did today or something like that? She's like, absolutely. It's like, okay, cool. Judge is just making sure that you're good with your attorneys, making sure it's on the record. Oh no! I remember a prank where a school kid put yogurt in mayo jar and chucked it in front of his teacher, and the teacher was gagging, looking at him. Oh my god! My friend would probably throw up reading that. My friend has like a really weird thing against mayo, where he like hates mayo. Oh, I forgot to record. Okay, cool. Let me read the chat then. Maybe they put it in the chat. How do I get the chat to come up again? Chat. How do we get? Oh, here it is. Show chat. Let's see. Did it start yet? She's escaped. Oh, it starts in 20 minutes. Court delayed until 10 a.m. Starting at 10 after some delay. Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I will be back in. Oh, I'll be back in 15 minutes then. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Court is starting at 10 o'clock today, so let me update this. Unpin. Seems like, okay. Court delayed. Starts at 10 a.m. EST. Let me pin the message. Pin message. All right, guys. Well, I'll be back. I will be back. Till 10 a.m. Corgi will be back. 10 a.m. EST. So that's like, it's like in 20 minutes. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. All right, guys. Yeah, they're going to start in 18 minutes. All right, I will be back. I'm going to go find my phone because I haven't seen my phone in a while. All right, we here. Yeah, it's confusing. Showers in prisons or jails and prisons. I get confused all the time. Why, did they talk about her showering again today? All right, do we got a new outfit over here? I see that snake skin blazer. Oh no, please let her shower. We don't want her sticking up the entire courtroom, okay? All right, y'all ready for day 2? Day 2. Waiting to start a Zoom meeting and Corey came back. I'm sorry. I thought I actually let the person to the meeting. No, Sarah. Shit, I'm sorry, that was me.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sarah Zadovich, Sarazydowicz.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And
I'm sorry, I didn't get her last name.
can you tell us what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist. O-W. Sarah Zadovich, Sarazydowicz.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years and then 1 year in Tampa, so about 13 years.
And what type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1-year rotating clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin. I did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold your position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
So tell us, what are your duties as a medical examiner?
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths, and that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths. And there's a Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that we'll be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural, so accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Could you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after-death examination, and there are kind of 2 main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds. So that's making observations about an individual, so hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs, and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that might help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests, so things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case, but we have options for other testing as well.
Yes, the jury's in there.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death, and is this something that you document?
Yes, so cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. Right? So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Yes, the information, I have it all right here. I have the witness, the name, who she is or who they are, and then, oh shit, it has cross-examination. Let me change that.
Pathology.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information did you have at the time that you began that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided at the time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car, right? That's very generic. And we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means that there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case, what can you tell us about how long George Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component. Because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
Especially if you start like hyperventilating and panicking, and then you're like breathing in and out even more.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that George Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. You know, sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, you know, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
Wait, like flipping the suitcase still after he died?
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual, and it also depends a lot the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, you know, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long George Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, you know, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. When I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, you know, struggling to get himself out, you know, engaging in that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period, or, you know, somewhere around there.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
way to start the key, guys.
Your Honor, may approach the witness who has been previously marked for identification and shown to defense as states are.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states are. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
So,
Oh, it's a copy of my body diagram.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states are into evidence. No objection.
What was pre-marked as states R will be received into evidence without objection at states 12.
And Your Honor,
don't have a
request
projector?
permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Oh, is it my microphone that's low compared to the video? You're right, you're right. Thank you, Senja. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thanks for saving me. Okay, is it good now? Hello, can y'all hear me? Oh no. What happens is when my computer goes to
ma'am,
sleep, my microphone
on
is
this
low.
body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there was a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, which right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
He was trying to get out of the suitcase. He might have got his fingers out, and then she started beating his fingers.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches, and his weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, and to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe
I'm sorry, if you're not in America, you guys use kilograms for a weight, right?
or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person?
Okay, so for those of you guys who are not Americans, George is 160.2 centimeters and 46.72 kilograms. For those of you guys who are not Americans, you're like, what is the conversion?
Being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
So
That level of
whatever it's called.
alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about
With
George
whether or not
Torres' level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol, and some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words, something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
Did you say 0.139 milliliter per deciliter?
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
I think it was 0.139 milliliter per deciliter. I think that's what she said.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States Q and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Stage Q. Could you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up once you're finished?
Hi, Sarah. Want to pop in and say hi before I walk into the operating room where I work for the day. Have a good work day. This is Charles Boone. I'll catch a recap later. Yeah, we're listening to the forensic pathologist right now. I love the way the state operates. Straight to the point.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are these photographs a portion of the photographs that you took in your autopsy of George Torres in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries appeared to you at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States Q into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States Q will be received into evidence without objection as States 13.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Yeah, the boxes are back.
Ma'am, I'm showing you photo 1 from State's composite. Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is the identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is George Torres.
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
Yes. So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here. Or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
Turning to photo 2 from State's composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
I know, right, Rain?
Turning to States 3 from the composite.
Oh, you see blood in
So
the
here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
Ooh, she beat the shit out of him.
States 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymoses, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
Ecchymosis has 2 C's.
States 5 from the composite.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up, so you can see this whole area of ecchymosis. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
States 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
States 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here.
That was
And
the shoulder, I believe.
those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
Left shoulder, arm area.
States 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas. Ecchymosis.
It could be from the bat of the stairs.
States 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for her because crime scene person said Sarah Boone had no injuries on her whatsoever.
States 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
Yeah, because I think when the video happened, that was when he was already kind of defeated.
From the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Probably from
Are
after
those
being beat.
Scratch marks for.
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
Explains why he was being more aggressive about trying to get out. Yeah, now, like it's starting to all make sense. It's starting to all fit in now. That's why he was like begging and pleading with her, because if he was being more aggressive or trying to get out, she probably would have got the baseball bat and started hitting him again.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see, again, after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem, after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity, and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in a gravity-dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it.
I wonder if it's possible to tell when Sarah Boone took him out of the suitcase. Because what if she took him out way before the 911 call? Because she's talking about something called livor mortis, where the blood settles depending on your position, and it seems like it settled on the back more. So I wonder at some point, did she take him out of the suitcase and then he was on his back and then she fell asleep? Or I don't know, maybe she'll get into it.
So either one of those.
Stage 12 from the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions just shown a little bit closer up.
Stage 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
Stage 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymosis, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
Sorry, was that his chest area?
Just indicating hemorrhage of the deeper tissue. And the left arm. And you can see these areas here
Oh, the back of the left arm. Okay.
of ecchymosis, and these are a lot darker. I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into.
Okay. That's the arm area.
And When you did your internal exam, did you examine this area, and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
States 15 from the composite?
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
States 16 from the composite?
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in earlier pictures.
And states 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen.
Yeah, because I don't know, that's what online says, but maybe she'll talk about it again. But it says rigor mortis starts setting in about 2 to 6 hours after death. However, peak stiffness begins at 12 hours. And then after 36 hours, the rigor mortis starts like going away. So if George was in the suitcase for 11 hours and she took him out 11 hours later, he would have been really stiff, right? So I wonder if she took him out way earlier than that.
Seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area, so it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal?
Subgaleal, so kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes.
All right.
You also ordered the...
Owens is doing the cross-examination.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sarah Boone here today. And I've got a few questions. Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
The alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been over that period of time?
12 years.
Okay. So when you first got down here from Tampa, I think you were up in the Northeast, you came down here to Tampa, that's when you started?
Yes.
And you would...
I'm surprised he didn't introduce himself by saying, James Owens here, been in the case for about 46 days now.
You've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases.
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case. And you said he was a .38.
No, 0.13.
0.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
Yes.
of alcohol as well. And the result was a .213.
Yes.
And you would agree that's about 3 times the legal limit.
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that
0.213?
at those levels there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment.
For most people, yes.
And their decision-making abilities.
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions.
Yes.
And they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not.
Yes.
Oh, God.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance.
Yes.
It would also impair coordination,
Yes.
hand-eye coordination, as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that George Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me, yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
It just sounds like bullshit.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase.
Yes.
We just don't know.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I don't buy that he got in the suitcase because of all the fighting that the neighbors heard. I don't buy it.
Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
Metabolism.
he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as. But
Yes.
okay. All right, now I want to talk about time of death determination. It's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister
Yes.
that went to the scene,
Yes.
and she would have prepared a report.
Yes.
And you would have reviewed that report.
Yes.
Do you agree that Fire and Rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m., so nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out
Yes.
in front of the suitcase.
Yes.
Now, you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy,
Yes.
and you said that the body was ambient temperature.
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in, yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler, but in the mornings when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now, you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree
Oh,
the
the
body
left
is
side.
stored at the morgue on its back?
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from the phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around
Have
there.
you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was a 2-minute video or the 22nd video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really,
And don't forget, Sarah Boone also said that she also got in the suitcase.
from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those two periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is. So
Yeah.
it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
Yeah, I think she was 5'3". TJ says maybe 5'4". 5'3", 5'4", 160 centimeters. All right, so Owens was like, so when you're that drunk, you're more apt to take risks, right? Like getting into a suitcase, maybe? Impairment of judgment? I don't buy the getting to the suitcase thing anymore. I did initially because I was like, oh, they were drunk, they were having fun, you got into a suitcase. But now that we know that the neighbors said they heard arguing, I don't believe that.
The objection is sustained.
All right, objection
Doctor,
sustained.
you're familiar with Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook of forensic pathology.
Yes.
Relevant.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that's authoritative or well-accepted book?
Yes.
Environmental
Love it.
suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Yes.
Now, how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole, or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, and so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down,
yes.
or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body.
Yes.
Would you agree in those type situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends again on the situation.
She didn't mention that he had diazepam in his system. She just mentioned there was nicotine, alcohol, and caffeine.
You said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds?
Yes.
Unless, I don't know if that's something you have to like specifically test for.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me, and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay.
Yeah, they had the needle was in, or the syringe was in the suitcase. So I don't know if it was from like a different day or they just had it laying around or what, but if they found it in the scene, I'm sure they would have tested for it, right? To see if that was in his system. She only mentioned nicotine, caffeine, and alcohol.
Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And
No.
you don't know the position that Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
She's like, no, I didn't do a study on that
But
specifically.
you don't know exactly what the positional component was that caused, or what led you to believe caused his death.
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase, do you?
No.
So you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well, you said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
Yeah, that's what I thought
To
too.
reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase. would
Sure.
be-
Oh, okay. We see where Owens is going with this. Owens is trying to say George was so drunk that when Sarah gave him enough space and the zipper to unzip himself out, that he was too drunk to do it himself. And that's why he was stuck in there, even though she was right there the entire time. Okay, I see where he's going.
That would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
it could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase would
Sure.
be affected by the alcohol that he had consumed.
sure, that could be.
Okay.
But she was right there. She could have done it. She didn't.
Now, the environmental suffocation deals with the lack of oxygen.
Yes.
Correct? And due to that insufficient oxygen that we breathe in the air, so you essentially run out of the oxygen in the space.
Yes.
So I guess the Years ago, how this sometimes would occur was a child would somehow get into an old refrigerator and it would be enclosed, so it was airtight, and eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20% oxygen.
Yes.
Yeah, the zipper was missing the pull tab. That
So we had
negates her
either a
claim.
decrease in the oxygen levels.
That negates her claim of being so frightened of him getting out. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with the story.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen.
Yes. Yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well. So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe, so that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on average?
Depends on the person.
Well, would you agree that at rest, you take a normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute
Yes.
at rest? Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No.
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
No.
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
No.
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
Yes, I did know that.
Do you agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes.
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
No.
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained, do you know whether or not rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
What? Do you know if it was waterproof?
So from what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we
No.
don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
I think you said there are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the norm. You
Yes.
said 8 to 10% you become unconscious,
Yes.
and then a value of less than 8% death occurs.
For most people, yes.
Excuse me?
For most people,
And the normal oxygen saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%.
yes.
So if it decreases, the oxygen decreases less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done shown if the oxygen content is anywhere from 4 to 6, unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So, and I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, that's kind of why you gave the two different diagnoses, the environmental and the positional, is because the environmental may have had an effect or the positional may have had an effect. You're not sure, so you listed them both?
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, and that's not unusual in deaths, is there can be multiple factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the percentages, 50% for one or 70% for one, 30% for the other. You don't know.
No.
But you would agree in concert, if these two causes, the positional as well as the environmental, if they were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know.
No.
Now, we talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones?
There were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death.
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report. That it did not.
I included it in my report. I did not include it on the death certificate.
As the reason or contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Yes, Jan Levinson from The Office. Yes, that's who I was thinking of.
Can I put up a couple of those exhibits?
She does. I was like, man, she looks familiar, but I just can't figure out who.
Are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the involvement?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite
When your
remember.
deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
Yeah, this lady
I'm going to show you this exhibit. This is
does.
it's number 14. And this composite exhibit is state's exhibit, I believe, number 13. And this is picture number 14. You see the, you said they were circular type injuries.
Yes.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat.
Yes.
A wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit someone, hit somebody's body or hit a suitcase and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person. Would it not?
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury mean?
So linear injury is if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Now, if you took the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that, yes.
Excuse me?
It's compatible.
And
Wait,
here's
what? If you took the bat and then you poked it into the suitcase?
the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that, yes.
Excuse me?
It's compatible.
And then here's a close-up. This is
How is that any better?
picture
If you used to barrel the bat and then poked into the suitcase, could have caused those injuries. Why would that be good for him?
15. Again, a close-up. Same question.
Does that sound better than beating?
With poking the suitcase, the keys in the suitcase at the time, thrusting the barrel of that bat, the crown of that bat, would potentially run those type injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
I don't know how that's any better. She still could have done it in
Now,
a way
I
that
want
was
to draw
really
your
aggressive
attention
and
to the
painful.
cardiovascular system. Do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. You describe the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque.
Yes.
And is that pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
Okay. And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease.
Yes.
And in that location, it's kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker,
Yes.
because of the location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle.
Yes.
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could cause a dysrhythmia, yes.
I'm sorry?
A dysrhythmia or an abnormal beating of the heart.
But
Oh
that
no, we're gonna go with the heart attack thing.
could kill him.
It could.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure.
Yes.
Of that, and so that was blocked, over 75%.
It was. But there was no evidence of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask
Oh man, Owen's really gonna go through what is it? Sarabin was like, was it a heart attack? Was it an aneurysm? I don't know what happened. Is he gonna go through all those other scenarios that Sarah Boone provided? Or are you gonna do aneurysm next?
you, if he were to get out of the suitcase on his own and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down, and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy, would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery osculosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant. Right? So you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease. But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease because, especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long term. Right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia, and he was dead, and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
It would depend on the circumstances. And I can't speculate on this case because I know what I know about
If
it.
you had nothing else, the widowmaker would have caused his death, or you would have to have assumed, having nothing else, that would have caused his death.
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
Now, this ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, and there's a question about...
I know, right? It's like not on purpose, just because I was torturing, just because he was in a suitcase, just because I was attacking him while he was in a suitcase. He probably had a heart attack. That's probably what he died from. No.
Believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that George Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below the vitreous value?
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, 0.015% per hour?
Yes.
Is that?
Oh, it's elimination phase when you're at like peak blood alcohol level, and then it starts going down from then on. Is that what the elimination phase is? I might have missed
Standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed?
Yes.
No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not metabolism after death of the alcohol.
All right. Well, let me. What I'm saying is, he could have been prior to that time of passing. He could have his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the
At least the
vitreous.
two.
Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Judge, if I could approach the witness.
Right.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification. Jay?
Has the state seen it?
Yes.
I need to read up on this elimination phase, the blood and vitreous level.
We stipulate J into evidence.
It was pre-marked as defense J, will be received into evidence without objection as defense 1.
Judge, can I publish these?
You may.
Ma'am, there's 5 photographs. I'm just here from the office.
I know, she's like,
Number 5.
you don't metabolize alcohol when you die.
What does this depict?
So that's the left hand. So you're looking at the outer surface of the hand, the knuckles, and 3 of the fingers.
Bruise there on his top of his left hand?
Yes.
Right, and the same for picture number 4.
So that's the same, just a little bit further away and without a scale.
And then here is picture number 3.
So now you're looking at the thumb and the index finger?
And then it shows some bruising on the hand.
Yes.
And here's picture number 2.
So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators put brown bags over the decedent's hands, and that's, we collect evidence at the time of the autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence. And so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open, and we take a picture to show exactly what the hands look like.
You agree there's the bruising here on
Yes,
the back
there.
of the hand, and also up around the knuckle area?
Yes.
Beginning of the fingers, and also on the section here?
Yes.
And then here's the last picture, number 5, which again is the left hand,
Yes.
showing the bruising on the top of the hand as well as the knuckle area.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
I just want to read this really quickly. Ethanol represents the most commonly used drug worldwide, is involved in clinical and forensic toxicology. Based on several reports, excessive alcohol consumption is the main contributing factor in traffic accidents, drowning, suicides, other crimes. For those reasons, it becomes essential to analyze the alcohol concentration during autopsy. Although blood is usually used for blood analysis in postmortem cases, it could suffer alterations, putrefaction, and microbial contaminations. As an alternative to whole blood, vitreous humor has been used successfully in medical legal studies. So that's probably why they have like a blood alcohol and then the vitreous one. Because I was like confused why we got both. Okay. Oh, not this one. We're here.
Any redirect exam. You may proceed.
Redirect?
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case. And I believe there was a term, metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Thank you. Oh, gosh. Thank you. Because I was like, did I miss something or what? Thank you, Mr. Cacciatore.
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's 2 different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So
Oh, that's where they got the vitreous fluid, from the eye. Okay. That makes sense.
again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was...
I think Mr. Cacciatore realized that we're all confused, and probably the jury too, are like, what are we talking about here? Oh my God, thank you, Mr. Cacciatore, for having her clarify everything.
a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this rate decrease between these 2 levels?
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it, because the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time. I mean, we're collecting those specimens at the time of the autopsy, so that's only one point in time. It's possible but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if, the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate, because again, everyone's a little bit different. But I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And obviously, a pretty obvious point, but we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death?
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase, in this case.
Correct.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
Yeah, because the suitcase wasn't empty. There was shit in there. There was clothes and just random pieces of papers and stuff in there.
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there, that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means if there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
Another variable that would also be present would be the opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but there's always the question is, would it be enough? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough. I mean, again,
How's it doing? How are you doing today?
And there would be no way to know.
Again, that I talked about.
I don't know. It like blipped right there, but I guess it's just a stream.
Before.
And there would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Jan from the
Party closed
office.
for a moment.
Very clear, concise, did a good job at explaining things, wasn't too wordy, didn't use too many big terms. We were getting a little bit into the weeds and a little bit of confusion also when Owens was doing his cross-examination, because new terms were being introduced and I was really confused what the hell we were talking about. But thank God Mr. Catchtoy and Redirect was like, you know what, let's take a step back. Can you please explain to us the metabolic and the elimination phase, please? And then that's where we were able to clear up the blood and the vitreous level. So she said that they took samples from the blood and then the vitreous level in the eyeball, because the blood alcohol trails behind the blood in the eyeball. So when they took both samples, they were able to see kind of like a...
Members of the jury, it's 11:01. We did get a bit of a later start this morning due to those security issues. Do any of y'all need to take a break at this point in time?
No.
Raise your hands if you do.
No.
All right, court seeing no hands. State, you may call your next witness.
I do have to use the bathroom. The eyeball fluid trails behind the blood.
Yes.
So you're kind of getting like a pass, like what the blood alcohol was at like a higher level. So I think the vitreous was higher than the blood alcohol. So was the vitreous, was that the 0.213, and then was the 0.139, that was the blood alcohol level? Were there security issues? I have no idea, actually. I have no idea. I do not know why they were delayed. Does anyone know? I went to Kathy Russin's Twitter page, and I didn't see any tweets today. Where'd you guys see the security issue thing? Now we need a Michael Scott, and we're good. No, we need Dwight. Dwight. Bless you 36 minutes ago. Thank you. Oh, he just said it? Oh, sorry. He said security issue? Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry. I want to use the bathroom real quick. I think I was too focused on figuring out what I was going to say next.
Members of the jury, I have a matter I've got to take up with counsel outside of your presence. I promise it won't take too long. We'll bring you back in as quickly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you previously. Please don't conduct any independent or investigation or research regarding the persons, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Did y'all ever play Manhunt when you were kids? Okay. Manhunt was the elevated
Y'all
hide
may be
and
seated.
seek.
Thank you.
Judge, James Owens here, and I'm here with Sarah Boone. The
Judge James Owens here with Sarah Boone, been on the case for 48 days now, Judge.
first exhibit is
sorry, I'll never get old.
For identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification, and it is signed by Mr. Cacciatore, Sarah Boone, and myself, October 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification for identification states Exhibit N. It is a two-page FDLE laboratory report generated June 3rd of 2020.
All right, can you approach with both of those documents, please? Thank you.
I went to the restroom. Are they addressing this outside of the jury presence? They got up from the jury like, oh my god, the sun's coming out. I'm bloated, y'all.
State, anything else to add over and above what Mr. Owens identified?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn earlier today. I hold in my hand two stipulations. The first stipulation, pre-marked as State's Exhibit F, reads Stipulation of Victim Identification. Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a scrivener's error there, James Sullivan. Okay. Sullivan
Oh yeah, I made it loud because he wasn't speaking into the microphone loudly. I'll turn it back down.
Owens stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
I'm fine with the court making an edit to scratch out his and insert her, if that's acceptable with the defense.
Acceptable?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you as well?
It is.
All right, thank you. The court will make that handwritten interlineation, removing his and adding her. State, do you seek, we'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked as State's N. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatore's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the 2-page FDLE report that will be attached to it?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you entering into this stipulation freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her state?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address? State, I will return these to you for the purposes of moving them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Defense, anything?
We have two stipulations. One was the victim identification, that the victim is George Torres in this case. And then the next one was the FDLE report. FDLE lab report. I don't know if FDLE is the name of the lab or if FDLE is a type of test that they did. I'm not too sure.
Anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. Thank you.
Is the default use. Agreement between two parties concerning a relevant point. I assume the stipulation might have on pre-trial because the case came so quickly. After they join, they have to do it on the fly. Yeah, I was like, why did they do this in pre-trial? Now I want to know FDLE's report. Let's see, FDLE lab. FDLE. Oh, is that forensics? FDLE Forensic Laboratory. I think this is the name of it. FDLE Regional Crime Labs. Crime Labs. Okay, it's a crime lab report. Stipulations within the court.
Jury entering.
An integral part of an effective case management is to encourage parties to reach stipulations on facts and issues that are not disputed. Okay, so it's not disputed that George was a victim here. Right, Sarah? Right? That George was a victim here, not you? Second one is the FDLE lab reports. So I guess they agree on those two. Not disputed. But I don't know if it's like the information that comes in the FDLE lab report is not disputed, or if it's just like, okay, these are the lab reports authored by the crime lab. Not quite sure about that. I'm reading this article about these.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, thank you. You can be seated. Members of the jury, Ken, if you could just confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during that short break by raising your hands. The record reflect that all juror members have raised their hands. State, you may proceed with your evidence and testimony presentation.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'd like to move what's been pre-marked for identification as states F and states N into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states F will be received without objection as state 14. What's been pre-marked as states N will be received into evidence without objection as state 15.
And Your Honor, we would request that they be published.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to read to you some stipulations along with an instruction.
Oh, okay.
When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres.
Oh, the identity of the deceased. Sorry, not the identity of the victim. Deceased. Sarah Boone, still the victim, according to them.
Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
That doesn't mean that the defense has to agree with everything in the lab report, right? They're just agreeing to enter it into evidence, I guess.
McCaskill.
Next witness, witness number 12.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please take a seat and state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled MEREDITHMCCASKILL.
Thank you. Mr. J., you may inquire.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
I am employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? And we'll get into training and experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science from the Boston University School of Medicine.
Good outfit. Is that like bell
And
peppers
when
and
did you first
lemons?
start working for FDLE?
I started at FDLE in April of 2011.
And did you have any prior work experience as a forensic examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes, so when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures.
Mr. J is doing the direct. He's right here.
And manuals, reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst. And then every year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures, and then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth, and then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Hey,
Have you ever
Rod.
given testimony in court about your opinion about serology analysis or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever
Yeah, I think especially when you're an expert and you're explaining things to the jury, especially like your credentials and then like just everything else, I think it's important to look at the jury and explain to them. And instead of like going like this, and like talking to the attorney, it's only weird if it's unnatural when you're kind of like, if it's short answers and you're going like back and forth like this, that might look really weird. But if you're doing like explanation of stuff, I think it's good to look at the jury.
not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place, particularly within FDLE? Tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA analysis.
Yes, so in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork. And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using. So scissors, markers to take notes, anything like that is cleaned with a detergent, both before I start and after I finish. And it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time. And this is to minimize any potential contamination. So DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item. I also wear what is called personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending on what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then the gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes, I change my gloves. If I have to touch another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
When DNA analysis is done, are instruments used to assist you in that process?
Yes, we have an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in a efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes, it does.
Now, in this particular case, you are not the analyst who examined the items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you review the information that is generated by the instruments used by the analyst who did this work in coming to your own conclusions?
I was the technical reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, one of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a blood stain card, and that's just a card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cutting of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain to the jury how it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card and develop a DNA profile?
Yes, so it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually, take a cutting of that stained area, and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution, and then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
Do you use some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020 would have been tested on this DNA card?
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
All right. And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes, so we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
And do you know what a shorthand?
Yeah, the issue with when Amber Heard was testifying the stand was that she would look very angry at like Camille and then like change facial expression as she would turn to the jury, like doom, back and forth, back and forth. Yes, no, yes, no. Yeah, I don't know. It was like really unnatural to the point where it started getting kind of like weird. I think it's okay for you to testify when you're looking at the jury, especially if you're trying to like if you're a family member and you want to talk about how horrible this whole thing was and you want to connect with the jurors, I think it's okay to talk to the jurors directly. But sometimes if you do it a little too often, or if the answers are short, or if your facial expressions are kind of like, if you're giving the person you're speaking to versus the jury different facial expressions, I think it could look very unnatural.
Repeat is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Short tandem repeat, we also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis. There are short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So, for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times, and then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might get 16 at one spot and 17. Let's just be clear on what we're talking about. On one particular location, or well, all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Could you explain that?
Yes, so you get DNA from your parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I'm talking about the short tandem repeats and the example of a 16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent and a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from each.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right, and so the chemicals end up copying about, you said 21 areas in 2020?
Yes, so there's 21, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker, so it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations will come up with some sort of number, like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able, in reviewing the instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Now, can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab, sometimes people call it each, which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, and what is that?
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that cotton tip in and rub it on the interior of your mouth to get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
And these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
She's a state witness.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings, so taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process of use, as you previously described for the buccal swabs.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process.
sorry, Deborah.
So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
She's speaking at normal speed now.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres's fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs, they come in as a Q-tip and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Ms. Boone on those samples that were represented as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either set of fingernail swabs.
Oh, so is that going to show? So we have fingernail clippings from George, and only shows George's DNA, no Sarah's. We have the swab from Sarah Boone's fingernail. It only shows Sarah Boone's is on there. So would that show that there was no altercation between the two of them where they were in contact with each other? It seems like George didn't have a chance. I don't know. I think she just blindsided him and hit him with the bat or pushed him down the stairs.
Now, with this amplification process that you've described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
How sensitive is it when a sample is taken from an unknown area, such as fingernails?
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more.
But I mean, it is possible for people to get physical with each other without having it to be in the fingernails, I guess. Like if you're just like throwing like closed hand punches and then not like grabbing each other and then like wrestling with each other where it would get into your fingernails.
Sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Oh, but you know what? Close punches. We didn't see any knuckle bruising on like Sarah Boone or anything. Like no knuckle bruising, no scrapes. And then for George, well, we didn't see any bruising or anything on Sarah Boone if there were close punches.
The instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Any cross-examination?
I wonder if the scratches on his back were resulted from him falling down the staircase then.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Once you develop a profile, are you able to take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a bloodstain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No redirection can be excused as far as the state is concerned.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
I got distracted by the SEX in my chat room.
Lab, yeah.
What'd she say?
Swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
That were
From both hands represented, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone card or a DNA card represented as,
DNA comparison.
in this case, there were
Okay, because he mentioned the bat earlier. All right, next witness.
Please swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth.
Witness number 13.
Ma'am, good morning. If you could take a seat, state your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name is Wadden, UAD as in Delta, AN.
May it please the court?
You may proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
Yeah.
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
And what does Sheriff Mina currently having you do?
I'm currently, my current position is a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I just hit 6 years.
And can you tell us about, and we're going to break it down, education, training.
Well, they did the DNA underneath her fingernails twice, right? Didn't they swab her fingernails at the scene, or did they only swab her hands? I think they swabbed her fingernails too. And I know they got it again, or they said they were gonna get it, and then she agreed to it when she was at the police station.
Training and experience. Let's just talk about your education. What's your educational background prior to becoming a law enforcement officer? In particular, what is relevant to being a digital forensic examiner?
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the Sheriff's Office. So I have a bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
And that's IACIS?
ISIS, yes.
And can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
How do you say it?
IASIS.
IASIS. All right. I just want to shorten it for today.
Yes.
All right. So IASIS. Tell us about that program that you went through with IASIS to become a digital forensics examiner.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in classroom training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one normally being somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded a 3rd location over in Australia. So again, the first 2 weeks are in classroom training, normally with over 300 other students. And then the next 5 to 6 months are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos. You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're essentially what kind of questions you're going to get.
All right.
Jesse, it didn't come from her though.
Education training experience for 1 second. On February 23rd, 2020, were you called out to a scene?
Yes.
And does that happen from time to time as a digital forensic examiner as opposed to your previous duties like a CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with E for identification?
You may.
Showing you E for identification, you recognize states E for identification?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize the front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And the information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information that you just answered?
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone Model XS with a pink case.
All right, and if I am not incorrect, I believe there's 2 sets of evidence tape on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
The first set, which is the red tape here, initially when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed, just because the phone might have to be kept charge on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office. And then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again with my initials and dates. And if there's a later on an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
All right, other than the blue tape, is that item and the packaging substantially in the same condition when you were done examining what is said to be contained inside?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you would, could you open up this package and, without showing it to the jury at this point, see if you recognize what's inside of the envelope?
You like her hair? It's really cute on her.
Yes, there's a phone with a pink case inside.
Do you recognize that as the item that you collected from the scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020, and then later examined?
Yes.
I wish I could pull that off, but I can't.
All right. So, this scene, February 23rd, 2020, where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or to the numerical?
If it would refresh your memory,
Yes.
go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
No, short hair like that? I don't think so. With
Yes.
bangs?
What is your answer?
4748 Franz, not sure if I'm saying that correct, court, apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the Sheriff's Office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collected that item. May I move E for identification and evidence at this time?
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as E will be received into evidence without objection. Is State 16.
Oh boy, here comes the phone stuff.
Did you do anything with that item while you were on scene?
Yes.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
I was requested to come out. I was informed from the detectives that the user of the device gave consent for us to download her phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you used to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software back in the time of February 2020?
Yes. One of the main tools that we use for data extraction is called Cellbrite. I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more readable for us humans, which we can then generate a report in different formats for review. So in this case, we used Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into a brick and mortar store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract data off of digital devices.
And is there any hardware involved to use this software?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had two options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer, and they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call-out laptop with the extraction software installed on it, and just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them, we're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer, and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed from the outside world?
Faraday bag?
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to the scene or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone, we for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode. And then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always, once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled before we extract the data.
All right. Take us through this extraction process. I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction you were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data. Again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos.
Thanks, Matt Chatter. Thank you so much for the 2. I appreciate that. Sorry, guys. I was looking through my videos. I was trying to figure out if they did the swab on Sarah Boone the day that George was found. But the transcript for the captions are not working right now, so I'm having issues with that. But I will figure it out during the lunch break. And in terms of, we don't know how George got into the suitcase. But now that we're talking about the bat element being involved, I think it's possible that she hit him with a baseball bat or pushed him down the stairs and maybe put him in the suitcase. I think that's also a possibility as well. Initially, I was like, oh, maybe they were drunk and being stupid and he got in the suitcase and thought it was funny. But now that there's a baseball thing involved, I'm like, she could have just hit him, put him in there. Maybe she thought he was dead and wanted to get rid of the body, or maybe she put him in there and then just wanted to torture him further. I appreciate it again, Mad Chatter. Thank you, thank you.
And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially with having a password or passcode.
All right. So I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think Mac has its own special iOS operating system as well. Can you tell us about the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone?
Yeah. She said, I put it in the suitcase, I put it in the suitcase. So I'm starting to think that maybe she was really speaking the truth when she meant that she put him in the suitcase. I don't know. Before it was just like, oh, maybe, she meant that he got in and she zipped him up. And that's what she meant by I put him in the suitcase. But I'm starting to take that a little bit more literally, that she put him in the suitcase.
phone
We'll
device?
see.
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course, even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not.
I feel like he was hit while he was in a suitcase. If he had been hit outside, he would have found a lot more blood and wounds would have been worse. Oh, that's possible too. That's a good thing to point out.
Not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device, and then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software, and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
That is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trying to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
Did you later do another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes. In this case, we use again a more advanced tool, which is able to capture. The technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone, with again the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
And what level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for a human such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken. Are there separate folders that are generated by the software tool that has all the images, such as that still photograph, generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos, in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
And is there identifying information such as an IMEI that is generated by the software tool? And can you tell us what these things are?
Yes, the IMEI is one identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network. It also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all those device identifiers from your phone, including an IMEI.
And do you take actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction?
Yes, just like in crime scene, a cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked, and if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode. So I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Thanks, Matt Chatter,
Prior
for
to
the
trial, were
two.
you asked to look at 2 different exhibits to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence?
But see, I also like watching with you guys because sometimes I say things and then you guys are like, well, actually, Corey, it could be this. I'm like, oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that either. So that's why we got each other.
Yes.
May I approach?
Mick?
Because they did not find blood on the bat. Is it possible to hit
What
George with the bat
first
without...
is O for identification. Did you have an
blood come
opportunity
out?
to review that this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF and the images in a separate folder there were part of the extraction that you did on this device that we're talking about?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
All right, this time the state will move O for identification into evidence and reserve on P.
With regard to states O.
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states O will be received into evidence without objection as state 17.
Welcome, Scissor Man.
Publish.
You may.
I think the sound effect is from South Park. I think that's where I got it from. No, keep the selfies, Eclair. Maybe delete the nudies.
Open up the file labeled extraction.
Oh, excuse me. I don't know. Premiere Pro is not transcribing my video. I'm so sad. Why is it not working? Alright, what do we have here? Phone usage, locations, application. Oh man, do you think she Googled anything? Remember I told you. The only thing that she's missing is Googling things that are incriminating.
Guess we don't get that monitor. All right, so sorry about your neck. Looking at entry 31079, can we just go column through column and explain what we're looking at?
This one?
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for the report, because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at.
Apple camera.
In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
No, if there was a Google, I think he would have mentioned opening
Let's talk about
statements.
the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there is a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
And in this portion of the PDF timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well.
You guys are funny.
And in some cases, like again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location. When you take a picture, again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at, 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application, that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here, 16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yes, it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
That just might be like one entry, one message.
These are all UTC time, right? Oh my gosh. What? They're UTC times. Okay, so UTC, they're 4 hours ahead, or is it 5? Eastern Standard Time is 5 hours behind UTC. Have fun converting.
I don't see the header for the columns. That one I'm not sure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Oh, does it say -5? Oh, I missed that. Okay. And I don't have my glasses on. I'm
Let's
sorry.
specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device.
Oh, that's a -5. I was thinking UTC-5. Shut up.
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
One of the brothers.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Are we gonna read it? I think we're gonna read it, so I won't pause it.
Turning down to 17167, it's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41 seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too, I'll get rid of him.
Yikes.
Then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as?
This is from January 13, so about like a month and a week after or before the crime.
Content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, UGG, and 17170, Torres.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds.
Ida, thank you so much for the $1.99. Thank you, I appreciate that. So, did she have a group chat with her, Brian Boone, her ex-husband, and Mo, one of George's brother? I don't know if Brian Boone knows George's brother. Did she just have this group chat where she would just like vent and talk about George? I am so confused. Mo is the brother, right? No one else?
Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.m.
You think it's because Brian pays for the line, it shows him as the owner? Oh, is that what it is? Oh, I thought it was like, it looked like there was like 3 people in the group chat.
MOV
look
begins
incorrectly?
at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on
Give me a
February
second.
23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Maybe you're right. I don't know, there's a comma there.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see.
Oh, you know what? Maybe she used Brian Boone's Apple account. She didn't have her own. So it shows Brian Boone as the owner, and then there's Mo, and then it shows the phone number as the owner. Okay, good catch, good catch. Thank you. Okay, that was very confusing. I was like, it's kind of weird. Okay, gotcha. Because it was probably also his like Apple account as well, because she probably doesn't have anything of her own. I don't know.
That information.
And then at
Thanks, guys.
11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.MOV.
Yes.
I'm going to continue publishing on this exhibit.
Yeah, I was thinking his Apple account. Okay, thanks for the clarification. I was very confused. I think Brian Boone did like everything for her. Wouldn't be surprised if he like helped set up her phone as well.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it out.
I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real or ransom. I want to give 8. for it extra. Because I got it.
Sarah.
Real or
Sarah. Sarah. I can't breathe, babe.
Oh, that's what I feel like when you chewing on me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
I can't breathe, Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
Sarah.
For the record, that was IMG _
Oh, okay. That right there is the, I don't know if you see my mouse pointer. That right there is the kitchen, and that's where you walk in, I think, right? And then she's sitting in the living room right here. And then George's body was right here when she pulled him out, and his legs were showing out, and that's why Brian Boone didn't want to come in any further. Okay, now I know, because before when I saw pictures of the apartment, I was like, oh, it looks pretty nice. I don't know where the hell we were. Because then, like, when you look closely, you see, like, stains and all the stuff on the floors and stuff. So now we know where we were. Okay.
For the record, that was IMG _ 1062.mov, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
Sarah.
No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
Her face probably was stoic. I don't know if she cares.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Cross-examination.
I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
Download. What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported. But it can have the ability to download the phone even in a locked state and pull 80–85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have the code?
It's quicker, yes.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Copsell or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Ms. Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
I
And
can.
did she give you the passcode?
Yes, somebody did, yes.
Now, on the first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone, one of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you if the source was incoming or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it would identify, it could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. On the examples that you gave us, who was the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who was the identifying name for the outgoing text or calls on this phone?
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items, but in this, and again in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. where did you see the name Brian Boone?
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was the associated email address.
Okay. Taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, in those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing, the iCloud account.
All right. Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
And she was crying during the tape.
Can we get that pulled up, please? Are you able to see that?
And no, this monitor is not working.
May we approach?
Yes.
Hey, maybe she'll cry when she testifies. Taxi! Thank you so much for the $2.49. Woodbridge. Do you see my Discord picture? I found the Woodbridge one when I was at the grocery store. I got the big old bottle. Oh, I'm glad that she's not pro se. I'm very glad that she's not.
May we approach? Yes.
Alright, we're approaching again. Oh, there's a Pop-Tart dog toy. Should I get it for Shiro? Should I get him a Pop-Tart? Man, dog toys are so expensive. When she flipped over the suitcase, it was clear he wasn't able to get out. He's trying to draw attention away from the suitcase video by doing this dumb questioning. Oh no, the jury will remember it. The jury will remember it. I wish I could see the oh, I guess we'll wait to see whoever went to the courtroom today, because I want to see I want to know the description of the jury's facial reaction when they saw the suitcase video. Yeah, we went to Habitat for Humanity and they had a bin full of dog toys that were, I think it was like 5 for $20. I was like, ooh. But the Habitat for Humanity store is pretty far away. I should have got more. Yeah, it seems like right now there's not really a good sale on Chewies. I don't know, Shiro needs toys. He needs toys. I don't know if they're going to replay the video in closing. Not sure. Lamb is on sale right now. Maybe I'll give him lamb
Now, were
chop.
you able to see that?
Yes.
There's a entry on 12/25/2019. Is that correct?
Are you referencing like the instant message row? Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the owner in reference to we'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay,
Brian Boone,
showing Brian
Juancho?
Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
Did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the analyst of this, and you would look for the participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number, then in certain cases, they will show you the owner name because you said Apple is very detailed in some of their
Yes.
applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone,
Okay,
but there was no name attached.
there was no name attached.
Bless you.
Now,
No,
when
poor
you're,
Brian.
when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and is that basically telling you what device is being used?
No, it's not indicative of a specific device other than we know outgoing. Obviously the source is the phone that we extracted that data from. In incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
Okay. What identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to like receiving a message, in this case, or what's displayed there, it's going to give us the content of the message. It's going to give us the date and time that the message was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification arrows indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
Okay. And then from there, it's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last 4 digits is 8684, and then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Correct, just that it's originating from a phone number.
Oh, sorry. This is random. If you ever go to like tennis courts or like where they teach tennis, sometimes they'll have like a large bin of tennis balls that you can just take for your dogs. There's this place that I go to. They just have this large bin and you can just take them as much as you want for your dogs. So maybe check those places and get it for free.
If 2 people or more people had access to a phone, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly.
Oh, it could have been Brian Boone who sent these messages or someone else who had access to Sarah's laptop. Maybe it was George. Oh.
On the wall, and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Okay.
Other than just your subjective interpretation given the context of conversations.
Are you trying to say that Brian Boone was the one that wrote, "I'll get rid of him," or it was George who wrote, "I'll get rid of him" while talking shit about himself? Is that what we're going at?
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well.
Based on sound and visuals, it does help.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Take any other witnesses or evidence to call at this
Junella.
time.
Not for the morning presentation.
Okay, all right. Members of our jury, it is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask you to report back here at 2 o'clock at 12A, the Orange County Courthouse. I'm going to give you a similar instruction, the same instruction I read to you last week. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the
long
trial.
lunch break. Yay!
Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thank you for your time. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything we do address before we adjourn for the lunch hour?
No, sir. Your Honor, just briefly, as far as the scheduling of events this afternoon, the next witness we would be intending on calling would be Detective Copsel.
Interrogation.
Just the publication of the interviews in this case would be approximately 3 hours in length, not to mention any direct testimony and cross-examination testimony. So that's likely to take us beyond the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know if we can work late to accomplish it all.
I'm inclined to work late.
Really?
It's just if they're on board with that.
The jury?
If we need to go after 5 o'clock due to that presentation, we can. How long do you anticipate going? If you had to ballpark it.
I would think with 4 to 5 hours, depending on the length of the cross.
What about in your side of the ledger?
I think my direct exam questions will probably be 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay. How long do you anticipate your cross-examination being, Counselor? Mr. Henderson?
Judge, not too long, 30, 35 minutes.
Okay.
If that, but here's the only concern that I have.
Yes, sir.
We have one juror who has said and told us during voir dire, as long as we're getting out of here at 5, my scheduling is okay. After that, that causes a problem. That's the only concern I have.
She needs to pick up her son at 6, I
If
think.
we could, let them know early, if that's the plan, so she might be able to make some arrangements. Probably need to do that.
Judging the other component, we've got some people flying in, and we've got experts that we're trying to coordinate. So the sooner we know the logistics of when they're going to rest the case, we talked late last week that we felt like they were going to end their case at the end of business today, but it sounds like they may get pushed to tomorrow.
I think step one is conferring with our jury if they're amenable to working past 5. I do recall.
Well, I don't know if you guys missed it, but Owen says that he thought that the state was going to rest their case at the end of today? Today? Really?
The one juror with child care concerns. If we go slightly over, and we'll have to address that when we get closer to it, it may be a situation where cross-examination may have to be left for tomorrow, but that's something that we'll need to discuss when we get closer to it.
Yes.
Anything else, State?
No, John.
Anything else, defense? All right, we'll see you all at 2 o'clock. Wait, yes, sir.
This has been used
Detective
as CDs, I
Capsule,
believe.
Detective
We've got flash
Bowen.
drives to admit into evidence instead of CDs. We didn't bring the capability to transfer those to CDs.
Response?
Is that a declaration or is there?
I mean, it sounds like that's what Mr. Owens' intent is for the purposes of submitting evidence.
The one reason I would suggest not introducing USBs is because they're rewritable and they can be manipulated and destroyed by the jury, or not that anybody would do it intentionally, clerks of the court. Any sort of issues can happen when something is not blocked and put onto a physical burnt piece of wax.
Mr. Owens?
We'll see what we can do here locally. There's a FedEx. I don't know if they would be able to do that. The FedEx is a block away.
Oh, he
We'll
said
check with them
FedEx.
at lunch.
I would check with them. I agree with the state's concerns. as to manipulation or editing of anything that may be contained in a USB drive. Not to say that that's going to happen, but it certainly preserves the evidence moving forward rather than it being in a editable form, be it in a USB drive.
We'll go talk to them.
All right,
I don't know
very
why you
good.
said Federal
Okay,
Express
thank you all
last
very much.
time.
We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Keep it
Court's off the
consistent.
record.
Oh boy. So I don't know if you guys missed it, but Owen said that he thought the state was going to arrest at the end of today, which I could possibly have believed that because they're moving so quickly. I mean, who's next? We got Detective Chelsea Kepser, who's going to go next. They're probably going to play the interrogation video. Oh, there, Boone. Oh, she's smiling right there. Maybe she got a little cold or something. Her nose is a little pink. Good mood, good mood. Maybe she got some snackies for lunch today. I'm going to do a recap before we get into our lunch break. I also lost my train of thought. What was I saying again? Owens thought that state was going to arrest today. I'm not surprised. Detective Kepsel is going to testify. We'll probably listen to the police interview and the interrogation video, and then maybe Scott Lowen, or is that testimony going to be too redundant? Does she think it's going well? Maybe. Maybe she does. All right, y'all. So recap of what happened today. Day 2 of the Sarah Boone trial. We started off really strong. I mean, I think it was fine all day, but I'm saying strong as in getting our attention. Sarah Zeidowicz, I might have butchered her name, but witness number 11, she testified. She's a forensic pathologist, and we wanted to hear from her because I have never seen the autopsy reports or anything about this case. I've heard references to it in court documents and in other stuff, but I haven't actually seen the medical examiner report. She mentioned that George was probably likely in a fetal position, but not sure because by the time everyone got to George's body, his body was already laid out outside the suitcase. Possibly George was resting on his left side. The suitcase could have been moved or flipped over, which we know because of the video that she smartly took. They talked about rigor mortis. Rigor mortis was already dissipating by the time she had the body in her custody. They think that George was in the suitcase for about 11 hours. So they used a time frame from when the cell phone was recorded and when no one was called. And she says that, that's consistent, 11-hour time period. Also, there were injuries on George for the head. There was blood impact on the eye, around the mouth area. And we were able to see a little bit of his lips on the screen. And it looked like they were very dry. And there was like some dry blood on there. On the hands, there were ecchymosis, which is a term for large, deep bruising. They were bruising on both of the hands. So possibly George struggling to get out and she was hitting him with a bat. Maybe he was able to finally get his hands out into, the zipper hole. And then she hit him.
Interacting with the court system.
Hi, Jesse.
She had been charged.
Hi, Jesse. How are you doing today? And then there were ecchymosis on the left back forearms. Again, large bruising in the back. Oh, God, this is way too bright for me. Jesse, why you do this to me? Okay, never mind. Okay, it's good now. Jesse, throw me off over here. Oh, they got to put in their Truth Finder, guys. Check out Truth Finder. The height, weight of George, they measured his length, so him being laid out, about 62 inches. 103 pounds. That's 160 centimeters and 46.72 kilograms for those of you guys who don't use American measurements. It's consistent with him. Oh, it's possible that these injuries that he got could be consistent with him being pushed down the staircase. However, she was unable to determine exactly whether or not he was in the suitcase and pushed down the stairs or if he was just pushed down the stairs. That's something that she was unable to determine. She said the injuries, the bruises, it seemed to all have occurred around the same time. She didn't mention the scratches, though. I didn't hear anything about scratches. Then they talked about what was found in Georgia's system. She found alcohol, caffeine, and nicotine. When it came to the blood alcohol, it was at 0.138. However, there are two ways for them to get the level of alcohol in Georgia's system. There's the blood alcohol, and then there's the vitreous level, which is they were able to extract it from his eyeball, I'm assuming. And the vitreous level takes more time for, the blood alcohol to metabolize. So it's good to have two indicators, and the vitreous will show, if it's a higher number or something. So from the vitreous level, I think they said it was at a 0.23, something like that. It was higher. Blood autopsy. Let's see, there was blood in his lips. There was swelling in the corner of his eyes and deep bruising, she said. Injuries from blunt force trauma. And now next, this is interesting because I actually never heard of livor mortis before. So we heard of rigor mortis, right? Rigor mortis when your body starts getting really rigid. Livor mortis, she said, is the post-mortem settling of the blood. This depends on the gravity. This depends on the position. And she said that there was settling on the back. So that's why I was like, was Sarah Boone, did she take George out of the suitcase way before 911 was called? Because when I looked up on, I don't know, I looked up on Google, but this is not what the professional said. I don't know, Google told me that rigor mortis, sets in at 4 to 6 hours. There's peak stiffness at 12 hours. And if George was in the suitcase for 11 hours and she called 911 and took his body out, she took his body out and then called 911, it would have been very close to peak stiffness, according to Google. Was she able to take him out and stretch him out like that? Or did she take him out way before? Because the expert on the stand said that there was settling of the blood on the back, but there was some on the left side as well. So I don't know if it was like on the left side because that's where he may have like ultimately died. And then at some point she settled him on his back. And was it lots of hours before 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock when George was, when no one was called and then they discovered George's body? I don't know. Cross-examination. Let's see. Cross-examination got a little bit confusing, but Mr. Cacciatore was able to clarify the vitreous level and then the blood level in redirect. Now, in cross-examination, it was kind of interesting. It was Mr. Owens, right, that did the cross-examination. Mr. Owens was like, okay, well, if you're that drunk, you're more apt to take risk, right? And she's like, yeah, sure. And he's like, you're impaired, right? She's like, yeah, uh-huh. So more risky to be willing to get into the suitcase. It's like, okay, so we're going to stick with that story that George got into the suitcase because he was drunk. Okay. But like I said, I don't know if I believe that because the neighbors said there was intense argument happening around the 10:30, 11 o'clock. And then they heard the big, loud, crashing boom sound that shook their walls. I don't know if you would want to get into a suitcase in the middle of an argument. Unless you want to believe that they made up right afterwards. And then he decides to get into a suitcase. Mr. Owens asked about doing a study on the suitcase and all that stuff. She's like, no, I didn't do studies on the suitcase. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. Mr. Owens also said that it could have been possible that George was like so drunk that he was unable to unzip the suitcase, I guess. But it's like, well, Sarah Boone is there. She could have just unzipped him, right? She was right there. She was laughing at him, recording him. Now, for the bat injuries, Mr. Owens introduced something interesting, but I don't know how it helps Sarah Boone's case. I guess when she testifies, it will clarify. But Mr. Owens is like, is it possible that these injuries that George got was from the thrusting of the bat? So using the bat, and instead of like swinging it like this, is it possible that she poked him in the suitcase, thrusting it like it's a fucking spear or something? And she's like, yeah, that's possible, but I don't know how. Maybe that makes it sound less violent, but still, if you're thrusting it so hard that someone's getting bruises, like large bruises, it still sounds pretty fucking violent to me. They mention, I think the Widowmaker was like a cluster of veins somewhere. I missed where it was, but Mr. Owens is like, well, if the Widowmaker area, if it's blocked, is it possible that he could have died from a heart attack? So I'm like, oh, okay, Mr. Owens is going through the Sarah Boone checklist. Like, oh, maybe he died of a heart attack. I'm surprised that he didn't mention aneurysm. But she, the expert, was like, well, if there was a heart attack, there was just no evidence of myocardia scarring. And I think myocardia is like the, is it the muscles of the heart muscles? She mentioned that if the vessel was blocked and there was blood that was prevented from coming in, you would see evidence of scarring on the muscle of the heart. So I think that's what myocardia is. She also mentioned that injuries overrides natural disease. Because, the defense are trying to say, well, maybe George died of something else. Maybe it wasn't because he was in a suitcase. Maybe it wasn't because he was getting hit by a baseball bat. Maybe it was just natural fucking cause. And she's like, nope, the injuries would override the natural disease. But good try. Nice try. All right, so in redirect, she was able to distinguish the difference between metabolic and elimination phase. She made it very clear to Mr. Owens that when you die, you don't metabolize alcohol. She told the difference between the blood and the vitreous level, which is the blood alcohol level, and then the vitreous, again, getting it from the eyeball. It seems like in the vitreous, it takes longer for alcohol to metabolize. So it trails behind in blood, she says. It showed that the alcohol levels were coming down at that point. And again, she clarifies we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death. Also brought up about how if there were other objects in the suitcase, which we saw before, I thought it was just the empty suitcase that George got into. The suitcase had other shit in there. There was other stuff in there. It seems like there was clothes, papers, just random shit in there. And she's like, yeah, if there's if there's more objects in the suitcase, there could be less room for someone to be, there's less room for them to be in the space in, and then also less oxygen for them to breathe. Judge mentioned something about, usually I like to show what they look like. Sorry, this is her testifying. Forensic pathologist, kind of looks like Jan from The Office. Someone brought that out, and I was like, oh, you know what? She kind of looks like Jan. The judge, we had a little mini break. Judge talked about something with security issue, and that's the reason why there was a delay with the court starting today. Let's see, Mr. Judge. Something about a security issue. They talked about the 2 stipulations which were entered in. So at this point, the jury was excused from the courtroom. And they talked about the 2 stipulations that were entered in. There was the victim identification. And in this case, it is undisputed that the deceased is George Torres. The second one was the FDLE report. And there's a witness that's going to testify about that. And that was admissible into evidence. The judge clarified that stipulated facts are when the party agrees to facts that are true. So again, it is George is the deceased. And the second one is having the FDLE into the evidence. Next, we heard from witness number 12, Meredith McCaskill. McCaskill, I think that's what she said. She's the FDLE crime lab analyst, and she took the fingernail clippings from George, said that there's no foreign DNA, it's just George's DNA. And then there were swabs of Sarah Boone's fingernail. And again, no foreign DNA, just shows Sarah Boone's DNA. Because I don't know, if Sarah Boone and George were fighting, you might expect there might be DNA, the other's DNA, on each other's fingernails. The other thing that I entertained was like, oh, maybe there's no fingernails, because maybe if they attacked each other, maybe they used close fist punches. But then there were no bruisings or anything on their knuckles that was documented. I mean, in fact, Sarah Boone had no injuries on her whatsoever. My thing is that, my thought, it would be if there's no, DNA of George or Sarah's on each other's fingernails, then that shows to me that maybe there was no physical struggle, that they weren't wrestling each other, that they weren't grabbing at each other, things like that, scratching at each other. And I went back to this part right here because we were wondering if there were swabs taken of Sarah Boone's fingernails on the day that George was found. It seems like no, but we'll listen to this together. It seems like the swabs were taken at the police station the next day. Here, let me capture this for you guys so y'all can see. Hello? Play.
Do you also document the rest of her body as well at that time?
Yes, I did.
Show us the bruises, the cuts, the scrapes. Show us the abuse.
101 from State's Composite.
So that's the hands.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Because I don't remember the forensic pathologist mentioning scratches, right? She could have documented it. Maybe they just didn't mention it because she didn't think it was important.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Yeah, I think they took the buccal swabs of her mouth and then they just took pictures of her.
Photograph 104.
Both of her hands facing downward so that
It would have been a different story if George...
this is her right hand facing downward. And her left hand facing downward.
Yeah, I'm like, why are they using a projector? Throw that shit away. Yeah, for some reason, I thought they also took swabs underneath her fingernail the day as well. I mean, I don't know. To me, it would make sense too, but it seems like they did at the police station the next day. All right, what else have I got here? Cross-examination about a bat. I gotta relook that up. And then we heard from Junella Udon. I think that's how you pronounce her name. Junella, who was a digital forensic examiner, witness number 13. We got to see some text messages between Sarah Boone and I think George's family. I don't remember who she was texting, but the text message that I have it saved on my computer. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. Oh, I forgot I had pictures here, which I could have just shown you guys. Text messages. Where do I start? Oh, here was the bruise on the shoulder. So this seems to be from Sarah Boone. Oh, your dad hit me in the face. Hide and seek, I shall. Love your girls. So I guess she texted this to his daughters. Seems kind of inappropriate. Something about something fugly, something about lose. Mo, I think, is George's brother. Please do something with yourself, Sarah. Bless you. Oh, God bless you. Sarah writes back, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him. Doesn't sound too good. Then I'll be, in caps, better. This was about a month and a week or two before George's murder. She writes, ugh, Torres. These are the text messages that we have. And then they played cell phone video number 1 and then cell phone video number 2, which look really bad for her. And I think that's about it. Cross-examination, they asked about how she got on the phone. She was like, oh, I think someone gave her the passcode. And that's about it. That's about it. If I miss anything, let me know. Let me know if I missed anything. But that's the notes that I have. The recap so far of the first half of day 2. Second half, we're going to be listening to Detective Chelsea Kepsel. And I'm sure that's when we're going to get the police interrogations in. And I wonder if we're going to hear from Detective Scott Lowen. I don't know if his testimony might be redundant, but maybe he'll testify and it won't be as lengthy as Detective Kepsel. Do not use the reference fugly for Mean Girls. Sarah Boone seems really immature, okay? I mean, who says, that's my name, don't wear it out? Come on now. Come on. No, I didn't see that. I haven't heard any reportings of what Sarah Boone could have possibly been writing. I have not. Who is resting today? I missed it. Well, Owens mentioned that he thought the state was going to rest today. The state says, oh, they're going to go beyond the 5 p.m. time because of Detective Kepsel's testimony, cross-examination. Should we stay longer? The judge is like, I'm amenable to staying longer. However, there is someone in the jury that I remember, they said that if they leave by 5, they should be good because I think they have to pick up their kid at 6 o'clock. That's what I remember from jury selection. I think it's the same juror. All right, well, that's it for the recap. I will see you guys for the second half of day 2 after the lunch break. They will be back in an hour and 15 minutes. An hour and 15 minutes. Let me read some of your guys' messages before I go. Doctors can definitely tell if you had an aneurysm, heart attack, or blood clot existed. Even minor heart attacks will show scarring. My dad had like 4 heart attacks already. Do we know why they have that big box in the courtroom? I don't know. It's a little distracting. We can't see the courtroom reporter, but I don't know what's in there. I know last time they had the suitcase in there, but I would assume they're done with the suitcase by now, and they would probably want to enter it back into evidence. The Widowmaker is a nickname for a heart attack that occurs when the left anterior descending artery in the heart is completely blocked. Ah, thank you so much for that clarification. Applesauce, the suitcase is in the box, but I don't know why they would keep it there. Wouldn't they just want it back into evidence, just like sitting it out there? I don't know. Brian always solved her problems. That's why she waited so long. Brian, what do I do with him? He said call 911. I think she wanted him to get rid of the body and he wouldn't do it. Oof. I think she called them defects. No DNA on nails makes me think it's less likely that she dragged his body into the case, but she probably washed her hands. That could be a thing too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how, if you had someone's DNA underneath your fingernails, would it be easy to just wash your hands and then get rid of it? Or is it one of those things where you kind of have to scrub underneath the fingernails? Headed back to day 1 coverage. Oh yeah, for my day 1 coverage, we have the live stream, which is 8 hours long. And then I made a 3-hour highlighted video where I kind of highlight some of the important testimonies, evidence, videos, opening statements, blah, blah, blah. And then I kind of just, chopped it up for you guys. So if you don't have 8 hours, I recommend listening in at like 2 times speed or just watch the 3-hour video that I made. All right, y'all, enjoy your lunch break. I will see you guys in an hour and 10 minutes. I'm going to make breakfast. And I don't know, I'm going to finish watching Sister Death, this horror movie on Netflix, I guess, while I eat my breakfast. All right, but if you guys have any other questions, just put it in the chat and then I will address it or try to address it afterwards. All right, feel free to put it in the chat and I'll see you guys. I'm going to leave the stream up and do this. I think this time I will put the time when everyone comes back so everyone knows. Oh yeah, guys, join the Discord. Feel free to join the Discord. We do have a true crime section. And then I put my vlogs on my second channel. If you want to check it out, feel free. What a jump scare. All right, for the text, I'm going to write, what should I write? Day 2 trial resumes at, what time did he say? 2 o'clock? 2 p.m. EST. How about that? Does that work? It's dinner time in Europe. It is. It is 9:49 a.m. my time. All right, y'all. I'm going to make breakfast. Enjoy. If you feed a known diabetic a bunch of sugar, you can't blame the diabetes when it goes wrong. Defendant Guild, the BSS expert that George had to try to get out, that means that he wasn't too drunk to get out. Yeah, there's a lot of issues and holes with the defense's story. It's kind of all over the place. But I don't know. When Miss Sarah Boone testifies, maybe she'll clear it all up for the rest of us. Oh, and lady, loaded baked potato soup sounds freaking amazing. Oh my God, that sounds so good. I know I can't have that though. It's probably loaded with a bunch of dairy. Should be any minute now. Unless they're running behind. Hopefully they're not. What did everyone do during break? Ooh, what you guys eat? Have to run errands soon? What kind of errands? Getting a printer set up for your mother's lawyer, post-death stuff, taken care of. Had a lovely pumpkin and sausage soup. Oh, I've never heard of that combination before. And Sephiroth, sorry to hear about your mom. Yeah, Ken, we are back from break. Just waiting for the court to be back in session. I try not to fall asleep. English muffin with egg, cheese, and ham. This is my favorite picture of Owens. Owens in his initial interviews, whenever he would talk about Sarah, he had this like, I don't know, it looks like a scared expression on his face. Like terror or something. Mini egg rolls. Oh, I haven't watched the Menendez brothers doc yet. I watched the TV show, but I'm only on episode 2. It's spooky season right now, so I'm taking a pause on the Menendez stuff to watch all the horror movies. I was just watching Sister Death on Netflix before I got up here. I feel like justice for George to come. I feel like justice for George is also relief for every living creature that has come in contact with Sarah. Yeah, at least the whole world know what a piece of artwork she is. Piece of work. It's called Sister Death. It's a Spanish movie. It's your typical scary nun, sister, convent horror movie. But I like it so far. I haven't finished it yet. I like it. Oh, looks like court's back in session. All right, Miss Boone coming in. I wonder if she got her cookies for lunch. Hey, WD, what's going on? Hello, hello. How's it going? All right, Boone's coming in. Smile. Oh my god, I didn't realize my hair looked that jacked up. I tried doing my hair without looking at a mirror. What decade is that color from? I don't know. It's giving like Miami Vice vibes. It looks like snakeskin pattern or something interesting. It's a very interesting choice. Why is she smiles all the time? She wants to show us that she's happy. Things are good. She's in a good place. Okay, so we have witness number 14, Detective Chelsea Copsel. Direct examination. Now, speaking of Pop-Tarts, I'm going to order some toys for Shiro, and they have Pop-Tarts. They got a Pop-Tart toy. Trying to see if there's more toys that are on sale.
We are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right, Mr. Beck is not with us. Okay. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing that she had on this morning. She is in custody, however, out of any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. It's 2:04. State, are you ready to proceed? Yes.
Where Mr. Beck at? I feel like Mr. Beck always coming in later. The detective does not play. I know. Dude, she was stoic. Stoic on the stand. The only time she showed like facial expressions was when Owens was asking her questions and she was like giving like some of these, you know, some of the side eyes, the squints. It's originally Coepsal, but close enough. Yeah, it's Coepsal with an E in there. Okay, toys on sale. Oh, a lot of toys are on sale. Extra large. Oh, $20. Oh. Donuts not on sale. Sorry, Shiro, your donuts aren't on sale. No donuts. There's a giraffe. Oh, $8. No. Does Sarah have a glass of Chardonnay with her peanut butter sandwich at lunch? Whatever she had is making her smile. Alright, these toys suck. Oh, I don't. Don't mind me, y'all. I'm just ordering toys for my dog while we wait. I don't think the jury's in yet. No. Jury isn't in yet. Usually they have to stand up and then the jury comes in. I think we're waiting for Mr. Beck. What do you call that? An O with the 2 dots above it? I got peppermints in my pocket. She might be breaking the rule right now because they said no makeup. I know she has on eyeliner. I can see it. See that eyeliner on you, Sarah. Umlaut. Ah, an umlaut. You haven't been able to watch the Leilani Simon case? I can't deal with toddler killing people. And for such stupid reasons. Because the father of her child didn't want anything to do with her. You knew that she had that baby just to try to get back with him. Or try to get him to be with her or whatever it was. I don't know. Makes no sense. Because I think before the baby was born, before he was born, he was already saying that, oh, it's not my child. I think it's already being dismissive. But maybe she decided to have him anyways because she was hoping things would change after he was born and then nothing changed and then she just became really like disgruntled. I don't know. I got to the beginning of the opening statements. How old is she, by the way? She looks kind of young. Oh, wait. Strawberry donut is on sale. Why is the strawberry donut on sale, but not the chocolate one? The hell? Chocolate's $5.97. Alright, let's get some strawberry donuts. Strawberries on sale. 23? Oh my god. 23? So young. Buy 3, get 1 free. No, not Sarah. We're talking about the Leilani case. No, Sarah is very much not 23 years old. Well, I don't know. It's weird because if the father cared about the child and then she wanted to eliminate the child to make herself to get back at the father, we've seen those scenarios, right? But in this case, it seems like the father didn't care about the child. I don't know. That's my... I barely looked at the case, but that's what it seemed like. It seemed like he didn't want any involvement into the child's life whatsoever. So was she just using the child, I guess, as an item to get the father to be involved in her life? And since that didn't work, it's like, oh, I have no use for you then. And that's why she just killed her kid? What? Ugh, I don't know. People are so fucking horrible. That's what I think. She thinks she's going home. Yeah, that's why she's so happy. She's like, I'm gonna be acquitted in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, 2 weeks. No, the jury's not in the room. Tell her to ask Charlie Adelson how they worked that out for him when he gave his stuff away in jail because he thought he was going home. Wait, did he do that? All right, so Soupy, because I have not seen the case. I struggle with the state proving that she killed her kid, disposed the body. And yes, I'm just not seeing the evidence that she did it. I think she killed him, but is that enough to convict her? How do they think it happened? Do they know? Have they had any theories? Let's see. Who's been reporting it? Maybe Court TV? Let me go to Court TV. Court TV. What's her name again? Leilani? Leilani.
All right, thank you all for letting me know the lay of the land with regard to those specific issues. We're going to bring our jury in momentarily and inquire to staying after 5 o'clock. Members of the gallery, good afternoon. The state is going to continue with their evidence presentation. I know this morning some cell phones were going off, or there was chattering in some cell phones this morning. I'm going to please respectfully request that you turn off your cell phones and not have any correspondence or communications orally amongst yourselves or anyone else in the gallery. I'm not going to allow any outbursts. If you cannot contain yourself, I'm going to ask you now to remove yourself. This is your one and only opportunity. If you cannot control yourself or there are outbursts, I will ask the courtroom deputy to remove you. Does anyone have any questions with regard to the court's instructions? If you're wearing sunglasses, I need you to remove them. Thank you. All right, with that, state anything we need to address before we bring in our panel.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, this was 2 years ago, 2022, for the Leilani case. Blaming it on cocaine. Oh, they don't know how Quentin died. I don't know if I did something to him. If I did, I will take responsibility. What they all say. Who wears sunglasses in a courtroom, though? I don't know. Maybe they forgot their glasses. And the sunglasses was all they had for prescription. Oh, did she try to say that her son was taken initially? Oh, the ex-boyfriend testified, too. Hopefully they weren't transition lenses. You know, I was thinking about getting transition lens. 2 in 1. I remember a guy was wearing shorts and sandals for jury duty. They told him to leave. Yeah, I didn't know that you had to be dressed up in business casual for jury duty. I was hoping to roll up in a hoodie and sweatpants. I was like, business casual? Ugh. Oh. She said Bubba, the biological dad, took him? Wait, who's Bubba? Oh god, she made a video? Jesus. Hey, Green Eyes guys. We're just waiting for court's afternoon session to resume, and while I wait... I am just reading about the Leilani trial on Court TV right now. Capsule is German. The O is silent. Oh God, she Google search, is it common for a mother to have resentment or even anger towards her child because of the father or another reason? I wonder if that's something that she started typing out and that was like an autofill thing. Wait, I'm confused. Did her and the ex-boyfriend, did they live together?
Thank you all for your patience. Ma'am in the back left, last row. Good afternoon. After conversing with the state and the defense, they've agreed and asked me to excuse you from this room. I understand that there may have been an outburst by you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon. If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building.
Oh no.
See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can.
Wait, sorry, hold on. I have to go back. Someone getting kicked out of the courtroom. Oh no.
All right. Thank you all for your patience. Ma'am in the back left, last row.
Me?
Good afternoon. After conversing with the state and the defense, they've agreed and asked me to excuse you from this room. I understand that there may have been an outburst by you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon. If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone, call my judicial assistant, Anita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually, okay?
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, I do it anyway. Okay, I bless you guys. I'm still the boss of the city, so we gotta work together and try to figure it out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones, you're fired. Have a good one.
Thank you.
What did she say? I want to boost the audio. Get ready for your ears.
Okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, I do it anyway. Okay, I bless you guys.
I didn't want to join anyways. God bless y'all.
I'm still the boss of the city, so we gotta work together
Something about the city. We got to work together.
and try to figure it out.
Try to figure this out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones, you're fired. Have a good one.
Thank you. To restate the court's prior positions, if there's anyone going to have any outbursts or cannot control themselves, again, I'm going to ask you to remove yourselves at this time. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our panel.
I don't know. I didn't really hear anything. Do you think the outburst happened here?
Seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing that
You hear anything? It was before the judge got there. I don't think we heard anything, right? Because I wonder if the microphones will pick it up, but I don't know if they muted it. You guys hear anything? She blessed everyone before leaving. Oh, Sarah Boone turned around. Maybe she did say something? The security issue? Okay. Well, we didn't get to hear it. just coming back.
Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break. Welcome back. We're going to pick up with the evidence and testimony presentation by the state this afternoon. We may have to work after 5 o'clock, possibly between 5:30 and 6. As I recall, speaking with some of you, you have minor children and may need childcare to pick them up. Is there anyone here who has any concerns with regard to childcare staying till between 5:30 and 6? If you have those concerns, okay. Juror in first row, third seat from the right. Yes, ma'am.
As long as we get a break between now and then and I can call someone, it should be fine.
I would absolutely give you that opportunity right now to do that.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who has concerns about childcare? If you're able to have childcare, ma'am, is that going to affect your ability to listen to the evidence this afternoon?
No, sir.
Okay. Get the first point for a moment.
Okay, so it seems like we might be staying late today, past 5.
All right, ma'am, just you, not everybody. If you can step out back to the deliberation room and make those phone calls, take your time, and once you come back in, we'll pick up from there and just let me know if you're able to get coverage, okay? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hey, Nicole, we're just doing some stuff.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Are you going to stay late today or not? I like how Judge Kranick gave her instructions on how she could possibly watch this as a live stream instead. Instead of just being like, you're kicked out by. Or like, go watch it on YouTube. Lucky you, Corgi-san. Oh, yay. Lucky me. Not that I wanted to end early and go watch my horror movie. Oh, you know what I saw? I was trying to look up Judge Kranick because I was just curious about his background. I found a video of him when he accepted his judge position.
Show me by show of hands. You complied with the court's instructions. Part of the
And he gave a
lunch hour.
speech, and his dad is also a judge.
State your next witness. State your call, Chelsea Counsel.
We should watch it sometimes. It's cute. The egg lady. Hey, the egg lady, at least she bought some eggs, okay? And it was during the height of the expensive egg season. Yeah, he went to FSU. Ooh, Detective Capsule!
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Yes. It's Chelsea Kepsel. CHELSEY KOEPSELL.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
She's got a good natural makeup face. It's like clean, natural looking. But I know she has like a little bit on, but it looks good.
Who do you work for?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
I think Sarah Boone was like, she's got makeup on. You know what? I got to get makeup on too. Give me that eyeliner over there.
What's your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently a homicide cold case detective.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2013.
And what positions have you held at the Orange County Sheriff's Office during that time?
So I began my career in uniform patrol, and then I moved on to the sex crimes unit as a detective, and then I moved on to the homicide unit as a detective.
In the homicide unit, tell us, what are your duties as a homicide detective?
To respond to, obviously, homicides and any death-related incidents.
And what type of training do you need to hold that position?
So I went to the police academy, and then after going to police academy, I became a deputy, and then basically just having experience from other units and taking like homicide courses and like investigative courses to help me.
Is continuing training a condition of not only your employment, but also holding your position in the homicide unit?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
So on February 24th of 2020, my partner at the time, Detective Scott Lowen, received a call. Our team in the homicide unit, there's 3 teams that have 4 detectives on each team with a supervisor, and then we have 1 sergeant. And so on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for that day, and we were at the office, and he told me about the call.
Are all homicide investigations worked in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah. We normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes if I weren't to be able to be in court. But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the investigation.
Yeah, she's got great RBF. I agree.
Once you received the call on this case, where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And when you responded to the scene, who did you make contact with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yeah, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walk the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small, short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, George Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
Too many ums. It's hard. It's hard. It's something you have to notice and practice. When I get nervous, I say ums so much in my videos. It's hard. Did anyone in chat have straight A's? What kind of student were you guys when you guys were in school? I was a C student for the most part. Except for the classes that had good teachers. Then I wanted to impress the teachers and I would have A's. But for the most part, I was like a C or B student.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, what's been marked for identification as states T and states U and been shown to defense?
You may.
But you know what? I'm blaming the parents for that one because we never got good sleep. We never got good sleep.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification first as states T. Can you tell me, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is that item?
This is the first part of the interview that I conducted with Sarah Boone on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the first part.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states T into evidence.
Any objection? All right, well, this pre-marked as states T will be received without objection as states Exhibit 18.
Alyssa, thank you so much for gifting a membership.
I may have made a
Thank
previous
you.
objection other than pre-trial issues.
Yes, sir.
That's good, David. C's and D's. A's with good teachers, E's with assholes.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states U. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sarah Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sarah Boone.
Yes, sir.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states you into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states U will be received without objection as states 19.
All right, here we go. I did pretty good in college, and then
Your
I
Honor,
had
request permission to publish.
You may do so.
I had a semester where there was a lot of heavy drinking. Oh my god, and that like fucked up my GPA. Oh, it was so bad. I've never done that bad in school. It was just a lot of drinking and I don't know. The worst feeling is when you come to class and you don't know what the fuck is going on. I fucking hated that. Man, getting all the
CT is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 Brants Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner,
Sergeant Scott Lowe.
And in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone.
Okay, and your birthday?
10/10/77.
Okay. So, Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things, okay? So you do have the right to remain silent, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes.
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out still.
It was still light out, okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back?
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street. Okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next. Like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted, we drew, we did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
It's Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm going to say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.-ish that you realized, and you guys were doing
puzzles and art.
Okay.
Listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
And all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you
Downstairs.
guys? Downstairs. Okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you? Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point?
No.
No? Okay.
We called his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
We were just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have,
yes.
Correct? Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think, in the dictionary. Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you guys are doing this puzzle together, you obviously finished the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then,
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Queen.
And sorry, what was the question?
Just what did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, just waiting, we were puzzled out, we were painted out.
Mm-hmm.
Puzzled out, painted out.
Being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before. Like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me that
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So, being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he?
Sounds so dumb.
And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, and then like whatever gurgle. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I
Her trying to introduce that, oh, maybe it was something else that killed him, y'all. You know, the aneurysm, the heart attack. Oh, who knows what it was?
have a job or insurance, has been putting it off.
Blame on the insurance.
So again, so I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, but because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Mm-hmm. Me thinking he's on the laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time, I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
Thank you, Tiki, with the cutie chihuahua.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have that.
I'm going to say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then it usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to pick him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called called like maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5. I finally answered, and that's like...
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them?
Because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. And had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. And
couldn't find him. Looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I was thinking maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then you called Brian.
Yes. He came
over.
Yes, he came over.
That's down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Right. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, the whole thing is, the whole, like, teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened.
It's hard to say that when he was beat by a baseball bat and he had those bruises everywhere.
I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
And the thing with him, though, is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing about a job, of course.
Of course.
Which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe, the third time?
Kind of like Stephanie Lazarus when she tells a lie. Oh gosh, gee golly, it must have been, oh gosh, man.
Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately. Because again, like, we were puzzled out. We painted already, so why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
Do you remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time with him and I try to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But
would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I was calling.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, like, remember, something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame? Because that's important for, us to know. We want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime his daughters, before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I know I talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the two daughters' names? Or just one? Did you say one
He
daughter?
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, but her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres.
We saw some call logs and
Yes,
text
she
messages.
remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't really. I hid upstairs in the shower, and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So
I don't know. It sounds stupid because it's just lies. She's like, would she say she was tired of hanging around in the shower? That's a really weird way of phrasing that you're done of taking a shower, I guess. I don't know, man. I was taking a shower and I was tired of hanging around. So, I decided to get out of the shower. Hanging out in the shower.
because we both thought it was funny that, oh yeah, well, I'm going to zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So, again, it's a broken suitcase, but...
What do you mean by broken?
It's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the...
You mean it doesn't have, like, the pull part?
Correct.
Okay, but it...
No, it's got, I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
Okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
I believe there's a paper clip on it because I know that the last time.
That's what you used to like help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and
right, yeah.
Unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, two fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it. But then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me. It was warm, and then fell asleep.
She's hiding
so
in
you
the
guys
shower.
are joking. He's in there. You said you could see two of his fingers?
Yes.
And then, like, you just decided, okay, I'm going to go upstairs now? Or?
Because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do. But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So, again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop earlier today. Okay. And then remembered.
Okay. So, is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time? It's fun.
We were, again, puzzled out. Can't paint anymore. Even started to purge some of the art that's on the wall now, so.
No matter how many times you listen to it, it's gonna always sound bizarre. It'll never sound normal.
Permission to publish 19?
You may.
Now, do we get the video? Police
Today's date is...
Yes?
February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 17:16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first reporting on a separate digital recorder, the memory became full and we could no longer record. But I am in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sarah. Okay, Sarah, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay. And you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, but she wants to.
All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun, and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing?
No.
Or it's just because you were
being silly.
Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay.
But I mean,
did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company.
And so,
dancing with the dogs.
At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah.
Blatant lie. Did he say, please let me out? No.
When he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, and I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well, now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't going to continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
it's okay, here's what I'm on the left side, he's on the right hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
Okay, so you're closer to the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room, or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed, and then there were like 3 up against the closet. Are those his pillows, and he brings them into bed, or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice. But I'll make the bed, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix up upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You have 2. Okay.
Well, it's the 2 white ones and the king-size ones. When we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one, and then the third pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep, or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off, and then I'll shake out the bed, and then put everything back together.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is part 2 that we never got to listen to. I don't remember any of this. Yeah, I don't think she went upstairs and slept in bed. I think she passed out on the couch while listening to him suffer to death.
And
I don't know.
did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like, I'm telling you.
Just
like,
anything that he said, like,
we were laughing about it.
mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Okay.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs, or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it, at that point, I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Weren't drunk. Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we weren't, like, inebriated where you couldn't drive. You could still, I mean, we were coming.
I still don't get it. Why not just admit that they were drunk? I don't know. Is this supposed to sound better?
Mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay.
You're going to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were
Here's
playing.
the thing, though. This isn't a trick question. You're at your home. You're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk, there's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Exactly.
We were just
I'm just trying
at the
to
gate
get
stage.
Okay.
That's what it was. Listening to music again, dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us at the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well. Okay, so
there was no ill will between the two of us last night.
yeah.
None.
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both are stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down, and he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas.
On top of everything else.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink, and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day, and we would have a glass of wine, and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing, and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside, and then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles, and then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag, you're it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford.
Okay.
Which is why we used to drink, like liquor, but
right.
like months ago.
Right.
Thanks,
Which is why we
TW.
have the line.
Okay.
I removed it.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese. And what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich. And some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything? You had everything here?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like a ham?
I made a pork loin the other day for him and Lucas, and they were leftovers. So he
had that.
He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs, and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night, when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like, do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself? No. I mean, I'll go upstairs and maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
Wait, she asked her what her night ritual was? What did that include, like brushing your teeth and stuff like that?
Got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh, obviously.
Yes. He knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am. Mm-hmm. Which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, you gotta be ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally, I dozed off. Warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him.
Okay.
I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like, I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser? Is he an early riser?
He is.
Or he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe. Well, he did some odd job stuff up there, but I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does he?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys. Like lightheaded. Like I feel really weird right now.
You don't need to brush your teeth?
Sick?
No, I'm not sick. Just I don't know.
Do you need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. the mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop, and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there. You didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, pieces would break off. He lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into a fist fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother did him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. He's...
It is possibly that's what caused
Oh, it was Mo that did it? I thought it was Pharaoh's.
the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw? Or
Just his eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Okay. Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they'd been damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad.
Okay.
But to me, I never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress. But again, I kept trying to encourage him, with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic.
Yeah.
You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner, and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now,
Yes.
I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like, he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight. For the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Luke is going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing his job?
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know of any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. If and when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs, Alan.
Your phone, is it password protected or touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will be able to get on it? Okay.
And the only reason why I have that is because I lost 2 phones previously where I can't, before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
I don't remember being this long. It's because we've never heard part 2 before. This is part 2. The recorder died. And yeah, I don't think they ever uploaded this on the internet. Or maybe it is somewhere. I just haven't seen it yet.
Like, you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went in the shower around what time it was? Looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. though? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs, thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then, I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do, most of the time.
When you put him in or when he got into the suitcase,
yes,
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the? If we're looking at it,
it's like this. His head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where.
Yes.
Like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Great, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's when the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't zip it up all the way.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's
right.
It's our phone.
No, I get it. I just
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
Okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, it was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing, and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian?
Yes, because he calls to back to back to back to back to back to back. Until I eventually finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier, like I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like...
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and I...
Are they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
Probably.
Okay. Are they going to tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume.
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
Because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has... Yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I've told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened, and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know you talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course we're going to instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I have my son.
Well, your son's with Brian and is going to stay with Brian. So we're going to cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now.
She's afraid of the family coming after her. You know what she does? She goes and stays where her son is. I'm like, what if you're bringing the danger to your son? If this threat was truly real.
But nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof, or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay. It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
it's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to class, and then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay, well, who's gonna collapse? 'Cause I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name, or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
Jana Molina, thank you.
And you said she lives around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them, so when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Right.
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So they don't come, I mean, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're going to act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I haven't.
Everyone bad except for Sarah. Jana Molina, thank you so much for the $1.99. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Thanks for being here.
Inside, I know it's Baja Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod? There's a Twisty Tree ice cream place on the right hand side, and you turn down that road, and then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right, and their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
Okay. I'm going to end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door. It has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
'Cause I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
Yeah, that was all new. I haven't listened to that before. Ron! Oh, no, it's Zero. Sorry. Zero, thank you so much for the 25 RON. Not sure what currency that is. Funny to hear the detective's woman's tone before seeing the video, before and after. LOL. Thank you so much for the 25 RONs. What is RON? Currency. Romanian leu. Thank you. Thank you so much for the Romanian leu. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. Lei?
While you were on the scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sarah Boone.
Whoa, wait, are we going to listen to the entirety of Brian Boone's interview? Oh, because he mentions other things that wasn't mentioned in the testimony, unless they're going to redact some of it.
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but we have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it. And so I did start doing the paperwork for that.
You obtained consent from the defendant in this case?
Yes, on scene to search through her cell phone.
And what time did you become aware of the videos on her cell phone?
So a digital forensic investigator responded out to the scene, and she responded out a little after 7 p.m. And I would assume she probably started doing, whatever she needed to do. And then a short time later, she came over and got my attention and expressed to me that I needed to look at something in her phone.
And these were the suitcase videos, correct?
Yeah, they were 2 separate videos from the night prior.
When you observed these videos, what actions did you take?
When I observed the videos, I directed the digital investigator to stop processing and downloading her phone any further, and that I was going to write a search warrant for her cell phone.
Did you obtain that search warrant for her cell phone?
Yes, it was signed by a judge the next day.
And she was obviously able to finish the digital analysis, correct?
Yeah, she was able to get like the full download as well. She had already gotten the videos downloaded the night prior, but she was able to do whatever she does to get the full download.
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct?
In the interview?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm sorry. In the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes. I was under the impression that that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes. I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
And were you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 2.
You may.
Oh, have not seen this yet. So I think when they went to Publix, it was together, and then later on, George went by himself, and Sarah tried saying, "Oh, George went on his own," and when he came up with another bottle of wine, that's when I was on edge around him, trying to make sure that he didn't get angry. Blah 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 blah. Publix.
Ma'am, I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m.
Can you see them?
Ma'am, using the laser pointer, could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
You can advance the video.
There they are. Did you say enhance the video? Or, advance the video. Let me see Sarah and George. What time is it? Does it show a time? No time, no date. I don't know what the hell. 1387. Sarah and George. Yeah, we've actually never seen them together as a couple. Weird.
Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
Oh, that big old bottle of wine.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video.
Oh, this is George when he came by himself.
Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video?
Yes, he's right here.
Ooh, it's always so creepy to see people before they die.
Is that the second bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right.
Oh yeah, he looks tiny in the surveillance footage. He's a tiny, skinny dude.
In the course of your investigation, did you also interview individuals from the apartment complex while they were living?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes. Members of the jury, it is 3:34. My understanding, based on the state, is the next part of their presentation is going to be kind of long in length. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Please don't have any discussions among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved. And do not conduct any independent investigation with regard to those things. We'll give you a 15-minute recess. We will see you at 3:50. Thank you so much for your service.
At 3:50. 15 minutes. I'm guessing the next part that's going to be very lengthy, that's going to be the interrogation video at the police station. Oh boy. Thank you, Scissor Man. 50 minutes of scrapping cookies.
You all may be seated. State, anything we need to address?
No.
Defense. All right, we'll be in a recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Poor cashiers, no chairs. Right, I think they should start putting chairs. Make it optional for them to stand or sit if they need to. That'd be nice. I wish we had that when I was a waitress. I wish we had like a place to sit and rest. Because you're on your feet like the entire time. It's tough. Okay, so we started off with a woman being kicked out of the courtroom today after the lunch break. She said something, but a lot of it was indiscernible. I couldn't really hear what she was saying, but I know she said, God bless us. So at least she blessed us before she left. And then we started off with Detective Kepsel, Chelsea Kepsel on the stand, who's one of the main detectives on this case. It's her and Scott Lowen. So I don't know if Scott Lowen's going to testify too. Maybe not. Might be too redundant. Or maybe he'll come in and give like a time. Oh, is that the judge? Hey, judge. What are you drinking over there, judge? Oh, judge is gone. He's like, bye. I'm dipping out. Detective Kepsel testified on the stand. We got to watch the interrogation video. Part 2 has not, at least not that I've seen. I haven't seen part 2 yet. So we got to see part 2, and part 2 was the lengthier one. And I don't know if I missed it, but I still didn't hear the scratch marks and the sex part. Did I miss it? Because I felt like I didn't hear it the first time when I listened to the interrogation video. And the second time just now, I didn't hear it as well, unless I missed it. She kept his last name. Yeah, they have a child together, and like, I normally see people keeping the last names when they have children together. Maybe it's too much of a headache to change your name back. Maybe you want the same last name as your child. She worked at AAA Travel. I haven't heard anything about work history for Sarah Boone. Did someone look her up somewhere? I don't know about Woodbridge, but maybe Pop-Tarts. Maybe Pop-Tarts are going off the shelves. Maybe Pop-Tarts will do a collaboration with Sarah Boone. Nah, I doubt it. I imagine she did a stellar job at whatever she did. I don't know. Something about her just exudes overconfidence. She said she was an outstanding mother. She didn't say, oh, I'm a good mother. I'm a great mother. She said, I'm an outstanding mother. Yes, we're on a 15-minute break. We're just waiting. I guess we should get up, stretch, use the bathroom. It is getting hot in here. Oh, was that in the video? Oh, okay. I wouldn't be surprised if she also claimed to have worked at Disney or Universal. And then when they went in there, they're like, oh, we don't have your employment history. What do you mean? Oh, no, not the cigarette flavor. All right, y'all, get up and stretch, use the restroom. Fill your water cups. Wow, it is really hot in my room. I will be right back. Oh, it's so hot in here. Yep, the 2-hour interrogation. And I wonder if that was a full interrogation. I think it was redacted, right? I think they might have redacted some stuff. Oh, was it Universal? Yeah, that was hilarious. I think Casey Anthony took the detectives to Universal, and then she acted like she was like saying hi to people and knew them. And then people were like, who the fuck is that? And then as they went inside the building, which I'm really surprised she even got in to where like all like the cubicles, I guess, in the office was. She was like, you know what? Actually, I lied. I don't work here. Oh, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What happened to our grade A student? She's on lunch break right now. Everything about Casey Anthony was off the chain. Yeah, that's a wild one. When was her trial again? Casey took yeah. Oh, crazy case. Oh, the neighborhood, the toilet. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, I think in pre-trial stuff, they decided to redact some things that they thought it was not important. Yeah, I think I remember that from a week ago, I think. Really? Best thing about Universal, you get to enjoy the park on your days off. I don't know, if I feel like if I was working at a theme park, I'd be so sick and over it. When I'm off work, I'm like, nope, I'm off work. I'm not coming back here. I don't know. I'll just be so sick of it. What do defendants in custody eat during court breaks? They go out to jail or just eat at the court? I don't know. I have no idea. I feel like it might be too much work to transport her back and forth. So maybe they have a little area for her to eat in the jailhouse where she's being guarded. I don't know. Or maybe it depends on how far the jail is from the courtroom. Not too sure. Not too sure how that works. I hope they did a good edit. I saw the interrogation so many times. I don't know. The jury hasn't seen it yet, so I think they'll probably leave out, or they'll leave in most of it. Oh, they do. They do have a holding cell. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, the judge did say that she gets some cookies. I think she gets some cookies and... was it a bag of chips? I don't remember. Universal gives free passes. Can't use them on certain days, like, oh, the busy ones. I went to the Universal Scare thing, whatever it's called. I forgot. Horror Halloween Horror. I don't remember what the name is. Everyone's like, oh my God, it's so scary. Oh my God. I don't know. It was not scary at all. But that's because I exposed myself to a lot of horror, I guess. I watch a lot of horror movies. Yeah, it was very not scary. And then also the employees were standing.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our
Jesse.
Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now, guess what? This isn't Sarah Boone's first time interacting with the court system. In fact, she had been charged previously with domestic violence against the same man she's now on trial for killing. And how do I know this? Well, because we put Sarah Boone's name and location into the Truthfinder search bar, and we were able to find out all sorts of information.
Truthfinder now. /LC Live. 50% off your first month, y'all. Get it now while it's on sale. Halloween Horror Nights, not scary. Yeah, it's not scary at all. But you know, the people that I was with, they thought it was scary. Dennis thought it was scary, but Dennis doesn't like horror stuff. To me, it was not scary. What's the hairstyle called? The Tsunami. Whose hairstyle? That's actually a good hairstyle name. Sometimes when I flip my hair to the side, it kind of does be looking like a tsunami. They're small holding cells where they keep them in. When I started working at Universal, it was just before Halloween Horror Nights when Jack had returned. I've never seen it before, and we got an employee preview when Jack had returned. What is that a reference to? Queen Mary, Dark Harbor is the best one. I don't know if I saw that one. I don't know. They just weren't. I mean, it was a cool experience. I think it would have been scary if the workers weren't at every corner waving their red sticks at you and telling you to move on, even though no one's lingering. We're all walking. And then if we weren't stuffed into it as much, it would have been more scary if you're like walking through it by yourself and the workers weren't there. That would have been way more creepier. Truthfinder probably knows your speeding crimes. I don't know. Truthfinder is international. Sign up and find out. Let me know. The haunted house is called Pitch Black was scary because you could not see your hand. Oh, now that sounds fun. That sounds fun. There hasn't been a scary movie since Paranormal Activity. No. Have you seen Smile? Smile is so creepy. It looks dumb. It looks stupid. And it looks like they copied another movie where it had creepy smiling people in it as well. But Smile was fucking scary. I think Oculus came after Paranormal Activity too. Oculus was pretty fucking scary. Why would he be wearing an Elmo suit? I don't know. I don't know if I want you guys to answer that question. What is it with the Elmo suit thing? So for today, I think they're gonna go past. Was it 5 o'clock? For some reason, I thought they were doing 5:30s every day. Was it 5 o'clock last week as well? Oh, you meant Jesse's? Yeah, Smile 2, I heard, is coming out. Slaughterhouse? I will watch that. What's it on? Let's see. Yeah, if you guys have any recommendations for horror movies for October right now, let me know. What is Slaughter? Is it really... It sounds gory. A sloth? A sloth? It's a killer sloth? Yeah, Hereditary. Hereditary was also a comedy / horror movie. It is the most funniest movie while at the same time being the most scariest movie. Hereditary is great. All right, Queen. Do I think either party? ... Wait, Rain, is Slaughterhouse, is it a real recommendation? They're killed by a killer sloth that gets adopted by a sorority girl. Let's see. Is Slaughterhouse worth watching? If you enjoy it, it's well watching. Okay, it's worth watching. Fine. I won't check it out. What streaming chat? Oh, it's on Hulu. Okay. I'll add it to my Hulu list. Oh, you know what? You guys should watch this movie. It's actually a great horror movie. Oh, God. It's a Japanese movie about zombies. And I would say it's more on the entertaining / possibly funny side. Y'all gotta watch it. I forgot what it was called, though. Oh, I don't remember. Oh, do I think either party will rest today? I don't know. I can only go off of what Mr. Owen said. Owen said that he thought the state was going to rest today and that he needs to figure out traveling arrangements for his witnesses. I don't know. That's what he says. Can we believe Owens? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, Amityville Horror is because of the abs. Is it because of, who was it again? Ryan Reynolds? Is it Ryan Reynolds who runs around with his abs and stuff? Oh, The Wailing. The Wailing, I didn't like it until I watched an explanation of it, and I was like, oh, this is actually pretty fucking good. Yeah, I've seen Train to Busan. Terrifier. Oh, I heard, my friend was telling me that people were watching Terrifier in theaters, and in the first 10 minutes in, people were like throwing up or something. Oh no. I don't think I ever seen Terrifier. I didn't know there was a Terrifier 1 and 2. What is Terrifier about? Or I might have watched a video recap on Terrifier. I just don't remember. I don't see Slaughterhouse. Oh, it is. Okay, I found Slaughterhouse on Hulu. I will add it. Rosemary's Baby. What is that? Eczema? Yes, I fucking loved Eczema. Slow start, but I really like Eczema. At first I was like, oh, this is weird. Oh, I don't have Rosemary's Baby. It's on AMC. Oh, it got a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes, though. Maybe I'll just buy it. Okay, I'll just buy it / rent it. I watched Mulholland Drive yesterday with Naomi Watts. It's supposed to be a horror classic of some sort. Rosemary's. Very weird movie, but I liked it. Terrifier is about Art the Clown. Rosemary's Baby. What's the premise of it? Maybe I've heard about it. Rosemary's Baby. Oh, is it from 1968? Can I? Oh, I could buy them. Oh, I could rent the movie for $4.29. Okay, I'll add it to my watch list. Yeah, Mulholland Drive. Very interesting movie. Oh, is court back in session already? Wow, time goes by so fast. Lesson of Evil. Japan's a special kind of fucked up. Man, Japan and Korea. Oh, Japanese movies and Korean movies are so fucked up, man. They're like scarring fucked up. Like scarring. They will scar the crap out of you. Lesson of Evil. I was gonna rewatch the Japanese horror movie Audition. I don't know why. I remember it was like so gory. Okay, Lesson of Evil. What is this on? It's Japanese. Oh, you know what I want to rewatch? I want to rewatch Battle Royale. I watched Out of Darkness yesterday. That was cool. What is that about? Let's see. Lesson of Evil. Wait, is Lesson of Evil a TV show or a movie? I ain't got no time for a TV show. Oh, no, it's a movie. The hell was it on then? Lesson of Evil, where to watch? Where to watch? Smile 2 is really good. The main actress was awesome. Oh, that's right. Who's the main actress in Smile 2? Because it's not the woman from the first movie, right? Okay, Lesson of Evil. Oh my god! Why is it so expensive? Let's see how much it is. Lesson of Evil. Lesson of Evil. Japanese. I don't know where to watch Lesson of Evil. I don't see it anywhere. Lesson of Evil. Disney Plus? No. Definitely not on Disney Plus. Alright, I don't know where to watch Lesson of Evil. Yeah, Terrifier 3 is in theaters right now. House of a Thousand Corpse. That sounds familiar. House of... It sounds zombie-like. Thousand Corpse. House of a Thousand Corpse. It's a horror comedy. Oh, Tubi. I have Tubi, but Tubi is so janky. Tubi's so annoying to operate on. Alright, this will be a maybe, because I don't like Tubi. Incantation. I watched Steph Sue's video on it because you're such a wuss. Did I watch Incantation? Incantation. Oh. I don't think I've seen Incantation before. Stephanie Sue does a really good job at storytelling. I hope I can elevate my storytelling to that level. Incantation on Netflix. Oh, it's Taiwanese. Okay. I have actually already had it added to my list. So let me refresh it. Oh, have y'all seen the...
Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Dave Ketchstraw on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Miss Boone.
Tony Henderson for Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. She is in custody but not wearing any restraints, so again, we'll continue to stand when our jury enters and exits. I believe we're getting to the part of the state's presentation with the recorded interview on February 25, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And what do we need to address with regard to that in advance, if anything?
Judge, I believe it's identified as state's exhibit for identification S as in Sam.
Okay.
And I believe that's the 2-hour interrogation video that I had filed the pretrial motion to suppress, which the court had denied, but contemporaneously I want to make that objection.
Okay, understood. Any other objections?
No, sir.
Okay. It was edited based on the court's granting of the motion in limine, defense's motion in limine prior to trial. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, and a copy of the edited version was provided to the defense, I believe, on the first day of jury selection.
That's true.
Okay. And I'm assuming the video that's going to be provided to our jury this afternoon is that exact same video?
Yes.
Do you want me to read the 2.2 instruction prior to it being played after it being received into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Which instruction is that?
That's the instruction on edited recording.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else we need to address state before we bring back in our jury?
Mr. Beck, Mr.
Your Honor, if I may real briefly.
Appearances, sir.
Contemporaneous objection?
No. I'm going to talk about the reports that the court referenced in the last sidebar before the jury was brought in this afternoon.
Fine. Let me just get your appearance, Mr. Beck.
I'm sorry, yes. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Yes, sir.
There was a discussion regarding these depositions that were going to be taken this afternoon of the defense witnesses that were recently noticed. I do have some concerns about the court having indicated to defense that if we had reports, things of that nature, we should share those with the state to the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator there, potentially work product privilege. And so we're happy to work with the state, cooperate with the state, give them what we can, but I want to expressly state that we are not waiving the work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not seeking to have you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work product privilege. My takeaway was there's something that could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the court's ruling from previously still remains. Since we have an opportunity to revisit our list during the lunch break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion for any evidence to be provided or sought to be introduced by the defense?
My understanding is that Mr. Billy Lane was going to go to Staples or somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs, CDs, or whatever it is that makes the conversion. So we anticipate it will be done tonight.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state?
Not for the state.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel.
Yes, I've seen Us, but I don't remember which one that is. Sinister's really good. I'm obsessed with 13 Ghosts. That was our favorite horror movie when we were kids. 13 Ghosts was the best, especially with the princess. Oh my god. Insidious is good. And yes, Silence. That was the movie that came up in my head. It is the most fucked up movie. I don't think I was able to finish it, actually. That movie was too fucked up. And I was so surprised that it's on Netflix right now. That movie was way too fucked up. The scenes that they had, I was like, how the fuck do they do these scenes? It's super fucking uncomfortable. Unless the Netflix version has like a edited version, but it was so uncomfortable. Yeah, 13 Ghosts. I rewatched it though. It didn't age as well, but whatever. That's my childhood fucking favorite movie. I loved it. I think it didn't age as well because it was
State,
just
to recognize
cheesy,
our
but-
jury.
I do, Your Honor.
Defense, to recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated.
Oh, Mr. Beck, are you okay? Mr. Beck looks like he's not having a good time.
Members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may continue.
I don't want to watch horror with. Me too. Everyone's a scaredy cat. I only watch it with Shiro. I've learned to watch it on my own now. I don't get scared.
On February 25th of 2020, did you set up a follow-up interview with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that was after you had attended the autopsy that morning, correct?
The interview, the follow-up interview was to be conducted after the autopsy. Not necessarily set up, but it was to be conducted after the autopsy.
I apologize if I misspoke on that.
Sorry.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes, it was, audio and video.
And where did that interview take place?
Central Operations at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Yes,
Your Honor,
Silent
may I approach the
Hill.
witness what's been marked for identification as states S and shown to the defense?
You may.
Oh my God, Silent Hill, the scene where the cop was being burned on the ladder. I don't know why it was the funniest thing ever.
Identification as states S. Tell me, do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is this disc?
This is the follow-up interview conducted on February 25th, 2020 at Orange County Central Operations with the defendant, Sarah Boone.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the interview that took place between yourself and the defendant?
Yes.
And is that your initials on this disc?
It is, yes.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states S into evidence.
The only objection is from the previous pre-trial issues.
The state will, court will receive an evidence that was pre-marked as states S over objection as states Exhibit 20.
Silence is 2011. Oh, Kingdom, I haven't seen it, but I gotta watch that. But yeah, in Silent Hill, the cop being burnt on the ladder shows like a burnt barbecue.
Momentarily. Members of the jury, I have an instruction to read to you before the Exhibit 20 is published to you. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view, listen to, and consider this evidence.
I watched VHS 85, like 1985. I like that one. It was good. Oh, yay, Diane! Creeped out and paranoid? Ooh, I'm already paranoid as is. If Janella was subject to recall, I don't think so.
Sure. So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's wrong. Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I haven't laid hand on him. Okay. Also too, he fell off my son's bike. Okay. So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the halter. So why? Mm-hmm. Okay. What about the scratches? And there's also Sex? Yes. Okay, because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across. I have no idea what that's from. And they're all recent, like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when it was. In all honesty, we have not gotten into it. Okay. That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back. Mm-hmm. Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so. But your son was there when? When was he last there? Oh, gosh. My understanding is there last Tuesday? I don't know if it was Tuesday. But yes, he was there last week, so. Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period. So you're talking about day before yesterday? Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior. Correct. So we're talking about Sunday, and then it's Monday. Thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind blowing to me. I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody. He also had on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on his head and skull, I have no idea, as if something hit him. I consider not touched him. I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
And how would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him. Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swab, did they go under your fingernails? No. Okay. Are you willing to let us absolutely swab underneath your fingernails? Go for it. Okay. I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. Mm-hmm. It was a good day. We've had good days lately. Mm-hmm. Even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. I don't even know where this is coming from. Yeah, I think the last physical was probably, you said, I think, a month ago? Mm-hmm. Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a few weeks, give or take, yeah. A few weeks. That was the last, physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago you hit you with a curtain rod. Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. We've been good. I don't know if, it's since the last time he got out of jail. We've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So. Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so give or take. Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you? He gets belligerently drunk. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. Mm-hmm. And at one point, I started documenting everything. Okay. So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this. Right. I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. Mm-hmm. And then poking me in the back of the leg. Right. So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. like I do, and I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I have a bad hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. Or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend. That's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that, so he would literally, not literally, but have smoke come out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money.
Not her looking like Lord Farquaad in the video. I didn't even see that.
How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank to try and get him off of it so he don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out. Well, yesterday you made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time. I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So, I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics. We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical? No. Or is it? Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect. Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yeah. No, that was from previous. You said that there was a half bottle left over. And then that you had wine. Well, I don't even know how the wine. How did you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
So
it's crazy how they're gonna hear these versions of events, and then when she goes up there and testifies, they're gonna hear a completely different version. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be so bad when she testifies.
Where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday?
I told us you weren't drunk. No, I was not drunk. Right. I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing, too, is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay. So in your laptop you're talking about?
Okay. And I mean, and then it was...
You said it was a good day, like you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship? You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys started getting...
No, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because...
I'm talking about the money, job, stress.
Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise, though. Like, no issues, like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about...
Just like what's going on right now.
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like, I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room. And then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him? And I never stopped. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now and I'm still trying to help him. Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and I have no idea. You were the only one with him. 100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody. Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered.
Mm-hmm.
Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Battery Intervention Program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
And when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors tell me that. The office, property manager.
And when we hear from everyone else, they're like, oh, we try to avoid the two of them. Like, oh, like, I don't know. I didn't hear anyone say any nice words about Sarah Boone so far. Did you guys? I haven't heard anyone. Not even Brian Boone. Not even Brian Boone said anything nice about her.
At some point,
They even say like, oh, she's just a great ex-wife. She takes care of our children, or she takes care of our child. I haven't heard anyone say nice things about Sarah Boone at all.
when somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see it on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, take him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But it also went down and bailed
I know.
the next day.
I know. Was that your laptop? What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle, just throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, no, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So, I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whatever it was. I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs and watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So went for dinner. And then we would cook together and eat dinner. And then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is like recent, or are you kind of like blossoming? Like what are you?
It was a little while ago.
Now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately, or
no?
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know. I can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife. When I say a monster, she's a monster. She withholds her.
Sarah calling someone else a monster, and this is after what she did to George? Okay, keep going on.
Their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she's like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like a recent, which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer, he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday into Monday?
No, I'm just saying previously why the incidents would happen is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of job and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then
you just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had to come inside. So we.
About what time do you remember what time that was? Is what she's asking.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about half a day. We weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then
you're talking about from hanging out outside and
okay. Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Started to talk, paint, whatever. maybe, gosh, that was the only person that was probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish is when I went to hide upstairs originally. No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. We're so like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down. And the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship? When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there, and it was in play because...
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know.
But
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so...
the suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations, and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So,
okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sure, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how did he get into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and give it to me, I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like, but he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or just something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming other than
Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Great. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess maybe take a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
She does get the little forward hair.
Around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's all flash.
Shut it down.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we've seen this angle before. Usually it's the other angle that we've seen in the edited one. Imagine being confronted with this and all you had to say, your battery's about to die. Mm-hmm.
Your battery's all flash.
Shut it down.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
Where's the emotion? Where's the sadness, Sarah? What happened?
That doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked. And,
No.
okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am.
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything.
Greatest line ever. I'm a straight A student. I excel at everything. I'm an outstanding mother.
I would not do that.
You would not zip somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for us to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
We just want you to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please.
Don't you know what's on it?
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take. I don't know how much I can take.
Oh, just wait to the part where she gets to, you guys are killing me. You guys are literally killing me. Oh, shit.
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. That's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No,
For everything you done to me. For everything you done to me. Fuck you.
Fuck you. That's you.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do it. Show me. I don't want to watch that, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, you had two fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's two different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping in the different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
it was flipped up.
Right. It was flipped up normal.
Yeah.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well,
that's because you probably didn't go upstairs and go to sleep. You stayed down there, and at some point, yeah, you probably drunkenly fell asleep.
That's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were getting ready for bed.
Stop here.
Okay, but show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
It doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know.
I also wouldn't be surprised if she fucking sat on the suitcase.
Like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we've seen and what we've heard from the
I
other
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell my
like,
partner-
yeah, like, I get told everything by a white woman, so my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself out, but the video shows
That's what I told you.
and I see his fingers.
He'll be out here any minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think he's joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were.
But the video, there's no
When we first
laughing.
got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But I
you're the
didn't-
only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in a suitcase, but now he's gonna get up. So
it's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you
boy
know oxygen.
calling wolf, crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments. Like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what,
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
oh,
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because
Won't even admit to being drunk. Won't even admit to being drunk.
I went upstairs and, just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you,
times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you. You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
okay. I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just trying to
it.
make sense of it. We're trying to figure out what
We're
you're
trying to
saying.
figure out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did. Like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was... My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to... He'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and...
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think, he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when you did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him? Maybe I shouldn't?
No.
That didn't cross your mind.
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just,
We're asking.
it's the
You tell
whole,
us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you
He's
all.
telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I wouldn't do that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just.
Well, so I'm like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, that was not my intention.
Well,
I don't have any idea what I said from that.
but by your action, that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, told him, just fuck you.
Well, you said it in the video. You won't let us play the rest of it. You don't want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though. So, I mean, that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't know too.
Yeah, it's crazy. The jury's going to have a hard time finding her credible because she accepts no responsibility whatsoever. There's a lack of sympathy, empathy, whatever it is. She blames everything. She talks shit about everyone. Everyone is bad except for her. Exactly. It's not my fault. It's the wine's fault. But she doesn't even own up to even being drunk, even though you can clearly hear her being drunk in the video. She's like, oh, we were drinking. So you weren't drunk. We were drinking. We were drinking. You were saying, fuck you. Yeah, but it wasn't intentional. You were saying, fuck you. It wasn't angry. Things were good. Okay, then why are you saying, fuck you? Or why did you leave in the suitcase? Because I went upstairs and fell asleep. Why did you leave in the suitcase? Because I went upstairs and fell asleep. It's like, she won't own up to anything at all. And then when she goes and testifies in the stand, the jury, they're going to have already a pretty bad impression of her. So it's like, okay, we'll give you a chance, Sarah Boone, but it already looks really bad for you. Looks really bad.
This is.
what would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
Done what?
You said somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think? So you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you guys are?
I mean, Sarah. Yeah. Probably.
Trying to assume, or trying to or just the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No. It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
and that's why we want to know.
And I don't agree.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about it?
Thought about the video, or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us, so that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video... Yeah, I mean...
But I'm not going to say...
You thought he could get it out on his own. But the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
But when I envisaged it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
What you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got...
But the zipper part is broken.
Yes, which is why we were going to say it.
Yeah.
I just...
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside, too. I don't know how...
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten choked out if he could?
I don't know. I don't know if you saw, where the hole went. I don't know.
Nobody sees the hole. You're the only one that... That's what I'm saying. He's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when I flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us, facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't
That's not assuming. She's literally saying what she saw in the video.
anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just going to go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase and then watched
probably
the
went to
video?
sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has 2 fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see...
Someone in chat seems like they're already ready for the verdict. When does the verdict come? Right now the state is presenting their case, and then the defense will go, and then closing arguments, and then the jury deliberate, however that long that will be, which I don't think will be very long, and then we'll get verdict. We're not there yet.
Something totally different. And it actually shows you upset, and again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So but my thing is,
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
But the thing is, so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He eventually would have been able to get out.
Alcohol.
Based on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink and you dipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not dip it up all the way. Okay. Well, I did not dip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
It is terrible.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this.
Do you think there's any small chance that the jury could be buying any of this bullshit that she's saying? Jana Molina, thank you so much for the $9.99. We got a little Mr. Hippo there, flipping his cap backwards. Do you think there's anyone in the jury that might be sympathetic to her? We need to hear from someone that's in the courtroom taking notes. Who's in the courtroom right now taking notes? I need to know what the jury's reaction is to these interrogation, the body cam. We gotta know what the jury's reaction is. Who's in there? I know lawyer said he wanted to go in there. I wonder if he's gonna go when she testifies. I want to know what the jury's thinking, or at least her facial expression. Okay.
Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally, and then this, whom I love.
Jinx it.
It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR. And then call you guys. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
I don't know how. I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but that he didn't. and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too, like,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
no, wait 1 second, because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video.
Oh my god, she's playing so dumb. Oh god.
Multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so, and then they'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
no. Just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got. This is what you make me feel like.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of it. I just...
You do.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
Let's get back to this. What was
They're like, don't worry, we know you'll never drink alcohol ever again. We're about to arrest you after this.
the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You both.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's
So,
in the bag saying,
my God.
And you say, fuck you.
For the whole few minutes that he was in there,
Minimum 11. But yes, go ahead. Just you. 11.
For one video.
Well, in between those two videos.
Between
11
the
minutes.
videos. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him?
Got him.
There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game. You got
Obviously, the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, oh, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened. How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. For all I know, it's 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. What am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. You said this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. you went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing, but obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like, we're just trying to figure out why? Why? What? Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why did I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and going...
She should have stopped talking a long time ago. And at this point, you know, it's usually when people realize the cops are onto you and you're like the suspect, the motherfucking suspect, they stop talking. But for her, she's so egotistical that she wants to clear her name so badly to say that George is the bad one, I'm the good one, how dare you, how the fuck, why are you looking at me, why am I the suspect, I'm the good one here, what do you mean? Oh, I love that she just keeps talking.
Hit the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now and I'm going to sleep.
That's excluding, you know, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted. And he has a...
Oh my gosh. I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all,
Yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come?
But you're the only one there. You didn't say there was other people there when you guys were drinking at the apartment. You said you guys haven't been fighting lately. There weren't any bruises or scratches or scrapes on him before. Who else would it be? Oh my God, I'm surprised she hasn't been on that route where it's like, how do you guys know George didn't do it to himself? I mean, I told you that he walks into walls all the time, that he follows my son's bike. How do you know he just beat himself up? How do you know that? I fell asleep. Maybe he beat himself up for no reason.
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of the suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine?
So you guys are like assuming that, you keep saying we're assuming, or we haven't assumed anything. But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No. By what, the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But what you said is like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your weapon out. What's your favorite word to use?
Competentes.
You used it today, so to say that you guys are within your wedge. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but you drank both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't. There's receipts for the...
They were both purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you did, because they weren't there the day before.
So what was?
Two public receipts from yesterday. Mm-hmm. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I think it's receipts, so it's not even worth the... So this is... So I don't know what you guys are... I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
You sure?
Well, we're watching a video that after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was.
No. Oh God, the outright denial. Oh gosh, I'm sorry guys. I don't really have too much value to add to this. I mean, because we've already reacted to this. It's just sometimes I can't help myself. Okay, because some of the stuff that she's saying, man, it just triggers me a bit.
It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally...
You got up, walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did. I don't know how to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in the suitcase. I exited from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open. No, he didn't. The video is him pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Because you can't breathe.
Okay. If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance. So why would he start doing it? Because he couldn't, because it was all the way thick. Okay. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
Well, you didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I. Nor. That's why this.
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
well, what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really? Like, really?
Exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably gone to jail all those times that he went to jail for domestic?
Oh, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the Because I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like,
I always know everything.
Like what's going on, or like.
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and repeating what you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's
the what? Texting? Oh no, I'm texting.
No,
you guys are scaring me, so like I don't know like what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like I don't.
Okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, "I can't breathe, let me out," and you said, "Fuck you," and you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
the reason that you know that?
You all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention.
Double negative right there. I did not intentionally kill him. Ooh. Hi, Shanza. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. How are you? I love it when Kepsel is looking at Kepsel. It's like, are you hearing the same thing I'm hearing?
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Everything that I've done for George, and loved him, and continuously helped him throughout his life with me. and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone does that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what it, while we're in a good place right now?
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, "Fuck you."
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You said
The
it.
video from last night.
Clearly,
So what did that? Yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
And having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Every time you have a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Nor have, or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. It's like well,
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice
Well, what about drunk you?
not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's, again, it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
You just zipped them in the back.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the back. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told
question,
me
you
you did.
could.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put them upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because
Oh my gosh.
you put the stuff in where the body was.
Nobody else was there. That's
We have a
unfortunate.
video showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again, so you had to flip it.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would say this does help you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
In your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very...
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that. Okay. So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards that.
So I would probably be telling myself that
My intent was not for that to happen.
But he went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe he passed out, I don't know.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really there.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs. Okay. You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs. It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
You're lying and like you're now changing your story.
Lying about what?
You're now you were drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly what you did here today. That's okay.
Earlier.
Everything was
Alcohol. You blamed it on alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Yes.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking.
Right. Okay. But you want to admit that you were drunk.
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But you're trying to dance around the fact That
So, but what do you,
did-
okay,
You left him in there. You didn't try to dance all the time. You left him in there.
this is not,
It's
not cool. Like, this is not cool.
Not cool.
That is.
He's dead. It's
But
not-
you think that I did that intentionally? You think that I did that intentionally?
You essentially left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that?
You did.
Yes. Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out. Okay, he didn't. Obviously not.
When somebody's begging saying,
But when you say that, though, but you have to,
If somebody let me out, I can't.
no, torso. Like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what? Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open it, or is he 9, so he's not, really? It's not a big deal. I'm just asking a question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in the suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him. What makes you crazy? It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him.
You killed him.
I would do anything for him. Well, you gave up checking up on him. Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through, I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
Not by that.
All day. All day.
That video.
All day.
Bye, lady.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody will look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you know, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son? Like why?
9-year-old son.
Like why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
Because you should be more concerned about what you told us. It's because like you guys are like trying the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know. Like what is opposite? Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the other one. We were playing before that. Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him. He's begging to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form that it's intentional. At all. Ever. Okay. Are you still going to allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to get that set up. Do you need to know that when you come back and I ask about this? Yeah. So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't understand how your story changes so much to the fact
How
that
is it changing? Please help me explain it. Understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so. Like, just...
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
Okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
What I'm trying to say is, I mean,
I can't explain to you how horrific it was to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking this video. How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's going to happen?
here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have your wits about him when...
See, that's the thing too. But you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh. Right.
Regularly.
Right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not...
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many...
They're coming. What are your questions?
Yep.
Can I help you? Who's coming? Did you have a fingernail?
Yes. You said that we said.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So don't take that.
I don't have a problem.
Okay.
Love it.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about losing his laptop?
No.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need to do our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional.
What's that?
And that, is that correct?
She's asking about your timing in the hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to agree with anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're...
So, his person officer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying he's on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. To do what?
Substance abuse class and his boundary intervention.
Yeah,
Something else I should carry that. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been of him being in the suitcase. Or y'all saying that I physically did it.
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, because I had been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that. So, I don't know if you all know how to do this, because so that's what I was going to ask you to ask you. So, are you all updating his parents today, or when you get final, whatever?
What does it matter? What we tell his parents, maybe?
Because
we're gonna talk to
What she meant to say was, why does it matter anyways if we're going to arrest you right now?
with them.
Okay, but it's going to come down to me.
What do you mean?
Right, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it to tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever bruise
Here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There was not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Monday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right. Did you not meet yesterday?
Another question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
I feel like her way of going through her list of questions is trying to pretend like she's like in control of the situation again when she clearly lost control a long time ago when they confronted her, especially with the video.
Got it. Perfect.
I pretend I'm in control of
So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of...
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking. So...
It'll be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you, just quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
Our body can't even be released, so...
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
That you murdered him?
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then...
It'll be released to the next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. If it was on his finger, it goes to them. They're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swab stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to FDA, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They do their testing.
So, and then, like, whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Okay.
Why would you guys, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat, for Lucas, and the speed. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So, what's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about, like, in the long run. Like, what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something, or, like...
I can't tell you what to do.
I mean, like, so, like, for... Like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like... Because it makes it sound like, to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Don't worry.
So
we're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So
yeah, you can call me Corgi. Corgi's fine. That works.
Is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George, that's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you
how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you...
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can stick up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. Like, so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're going to tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is the fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're going to go, I'm not saying that we're going to go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office of Public Records, so eventually, like, this all will come out. So, it's just, like, you're making it sound like we're going to tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So, let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot choose,
but we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even.
Right, so
it's,
you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm going to tell them back? I don't know what I'm going to tell them. Let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs. I don't know what I'm going to tell them.
So,
Parents that are dealing with
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is mine. This should be there now.
No, I'm not.
I get it. Look, I get it. That was really bad. So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it means.
Okay.
I hope you take that to heart. Please.
It's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
She's getting her phone back.
What did you say?
I said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit has had a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas' laptop. But you'll see all the games that he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their case other than how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Okay.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. If It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated.
You're so done with her at this point.
I don't know. I can't. Like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what? But you all have more information than I do. Where it's like, yeah, you might want to, or yeah, you might want to.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what? Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad. Like, which I swore my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself going forward with it. Nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas in the house?
I think we've already both told you that we would be mindful in these situations.
You're gonna call me tomorrow? So you guys, I guess you're gonna call me tomorrow? Or are they gonna come back down here? I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea what I'm gonna call you next. Doesn't the report come out tomorrow?
What report?
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then... No, I'm talking about his autopsy. She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but...
She's looking at him against
yeah.
but she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does this stuff take to get back?
You won't get back the swabs and stuff for, let's say,
They don't know about it?
our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
I mean,
No.
but my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too.
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
She does know.
Phoebe and Penny. The fact that you guys would feel that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Oh, the best part is
Like
coming
you
up.
said, you don't know me. What time is it, please? 4:40.
I really think she doesn't like silence. Hey, Makawaka. Makawaka?
And so, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough.
Is someone laughing in the
I
gallery?
think that's why I haven't slept. Because that's all we see. So that right there says something. Not my intention.
It's like it's already punishment enough. Don't arrest me.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now. Nonetheless, punishment in itself.
Definitely a tragic situation.
I'm very wrong. It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Good dollars too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
I hope the jury isn't asleep by now. I hope they heard this part. I hope they heard this part.
She is fine. That was there yesterday. I think she took your photo.
Dare to make it about the daughters. It's all about her. Here comes the swab. Here comes the swab. trial, Sarah Boone, accused of killing her boyfriend. She deserves life. Is he in the back? Back there. He's a rattlesnake right now. He's in rattlesnake mode. No, they're not speeding it up. I sped it up because I was behind it a little bit.
Okay, Sarah. So, you're not free to go. Okay. Do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we talked about today? Yes. What do you mean? He asked to swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so you raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
No, show us Sarah. Show us Sarah.
Okay. Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? Or which true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? What, that it wasn't intentional? Everything you said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. To the best of my knowledge. Correct. Yes. Why?
Because we have to talk to somebody this week to assure that everything that we talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
It's not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. Yes, but it was not intentional. Okay.
Do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Correct.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally. We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't. Someone needs to call Brian, please. Okay. Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when you get down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not. How's it a trick? I'm here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were right, you're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Okay, I say that. Doesn't matter. It's still there. Do me a favor. Have a seat.
Intentionally.
Really?
So if I can show up. Why are you threatening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave. That I was done after that.
we were done, yes. We were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is.
We are done.
Right. Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will...
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
You'll be afforded the time in court. You'll be afforded an attorney. You'll be afforded a chance to...
4.5 years later. 9 attorneys afterwards.
talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that, though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first appearance by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending on how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I don't work in...
suspicion that this is going to happen. And I need water like really bad, dude. You all check me down.
Absolutely not.
I just got those.
Okay. Yeah, you're not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes like that. What? Am I good? And what am I supposed to do with my car?
Pretty fine where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get hooked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the way.
But how long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a 3 phone call in the lobby. It's a 3 phone call.
All I'm doing is bringing there, so I can speak bringing up
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I going to be talking about those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in.
She's in her customer in distress mode. Let me throw everything I can at the supervisor to see if I can get out of this. It is your fault, not my fault, that I'm in this situation. She said she got to go pick up her son. Lucas is waiting for his mom. I'm going to have a panic attack. Like, what else is she going to give us?
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. You'll be left there for a little while.
Request that while I'm there?
No, that's not us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as like you're saying, if you don't act
You go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and cursing, I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bang?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack with the little thing.
Hey, change the code. Thank you.
I have not.
So what am I going to do with my purse? Oh, sorry.
At first it's going to come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put the lock up too. My bad.
Oh, no, it's all good. Mine are now opposite, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
We made us decide to do this.
Uh-huh.
Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was going to happen.
You did? Okay.
So I came back to the village.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out.
Unintentionally.
Okay.
Hey, forget, I have my, I don't know if it's able to see or not.
I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to.
Okay.
For your.
What kind of stuff you have in the car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have
Oh,
a
here comes the medication stuff. Okay. Donna Adelson pulled that.
pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a
It's
nurse.
cancer pack stuff.
So again, when you get checked in, you're going to be seeing a nurse. And that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And that you will be afforded to see somebody. Got it?
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. I just put it in there. All right.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
Oh boy, that was a long one. I would hate to have to sit on the witness stand. I bet you that chair does not look comfortable, is it? Is there a little bit of plush on there? Maybe a tiny bit of plush. Wow, it's already 6 o'clock in the courtroom. We really went into overtime today. I don't know why they didn't just continue the next day. An hour is pretty substantial. Unless you're just trying to speed run through this. Why didn't you call 911? But I called Brian. Why did you let him out of the suitcase? Because I went upstairs and fell asleep. Like I said, I didn't really have much to say because we've already reacted to the interrogation videos and stuff. So, if you guys want to watch the reaction, it is on the channel. And don't mind me. I'm just sitting here making facial reactions. I'm listening to.
All right, members of our jury, I have an instruction that I need to read to you at this time. You have heard and watched a recorded interview that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective Copsell to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Yes, they did.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres in a suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes, she's at the defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
And no further questions at this time.
Members of the jury, it is 5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6. We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you another instruction similar to what I've read you previously over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess for this evening. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, I thank you for your attention and your sacrifice in this matter.
Oh, Sarah. How do you think she feels now? Jury got to watch all those videos. When she goes up there and testifies in the stand and she tries to present a different persona, the jury's going to be like, I don't know, man, this doesn't track. This doesn't track with what we've already seen in those videos.
Y'all may be seated. State, anything else we need to discuss this evening?
I've received a motion from the defense that I guess they filed at 5:08 p.m. regarding the witness Pearl Walker to appear by Zoom. It is not something I can agree to, and I'm not sure if they're meeting for deposition or trial or both. It doesn't specify.
No, I talked to Miss Walker's daughter, who is her caregiver, and they're going to have her down here at 6 o'clock at the state attorney's office for the deposition, and then they'll go from there. Kevin Beck's going to be handling the deposition. But she's outside the courtroom, Judge.
Okay. Specifically referring to a motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit, based on what we've just heard, she can appear in person because she has.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to ask her those kind of questions from the lawyers so they would be able to give a more detailed response about why she doesn't want to appear in court. But I understand their position.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D requires or allows the court to have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all parties consent. And I'm not hearing consent on behalf of the state attorney's office. And in reviewing the other portions of that specific rule, it all follows if there's consent. So I can't allow your request based on the lack of consent between the parties. So for the record, the motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed today, October 21, 2024, is denied in accordance with Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116, Section D, Paragraph 1.
Judge, and the only other thing is we're trying to logistically get our witnesses here. We've got to fly one in, and of course, Ms. Walker and the experts. I'm just asking for what their plan is for their case for tomorrow.
Judge, we covered it up at the bench, I thought. This is our last witness. It's up to them on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m.
He mentioned 10:30.
And my understanding was that Mr. Henderson's
Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m., 10:30 tomorrow? Is that what they said?
that Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for Detective Kepsel, and that we would tender her for cross tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yep.
Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45 minutes.
Yep.
Taking the worst case scenario, that would be 9:45, built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury. Once the state rests, we will address any motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that a start time, a good range, would be between 10 and 10:30. I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it may allow better efficiency in moving our panel in. But as soon as the state rests, I intend on moving to motion, colloquying your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call your first witness.
Prior to Sarah Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase in the back.
Understood. Okay. Anything else?
Wow, I didn't expect this at all. What the heck? What day are we on? we're on day 2? Sarah Boone's going to testify on day 3? Oh my God, this is moving so quickly.
State.
All right.
Defense. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
If the trial is shorter, that's good for me because I hate waking up this early. Oh my God, it is torture to wake up this early. Too early. Oh my God, she might testify tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, it seems like she's going to testify tomorrow, 10 o'clock, 10:30. I don't know if I'm ready. Am I ready? I don't know if I'm ready. You know, I really do appreciate how straight to the point the state is. it's very short. I like. I don't like it when they drag it out just for the sake of just, I don't know. Because sometimes I think they want to drag it out because they want to be super, super thorough, but I'm like, we don't need to be redundant. I don't like redundancy. All right, they're taking her away. We'll do a recap, and I'm already starving. My stomach's already growling. Who's Chelsea? Detective Chelsea Capsule is the one who was on the stand testifying. She's one of the lead detectives. You're on Eastern time. I mean, honestly, I prefer it when the trials are on, I don't know, I guess like Central, Eastern. If it's on my time zone, it kind of sucks because I don't like ending at 5. So I guess it is better for it to be Eastern time zone, which a lot of the cases that we've been covering, a lot of them are on the Eastern coast. The Eastern coast. Don't mind me. I'm tired. I'm tired. I had good sleep though, but I had a bad dream. My dream was horrible. I know, right? Being a juror, I would want to jet my day away, Sarah. All right. Well, we heard from the attorney. Sarah Boone's going to be testifying tomorrow at 10 o'clock, 10:30. They're going to do cross-examination of Detective Chelsea Capsule. It's going to be about 30 to 35 minutes. Redirect. Don't know if there's going to be one. Probably a short redirect. And then we'll have Sarah Boone testifying for the defense. Oh, but you know what? There are some witnesses that are going to be for rebuttal. So, for example, the state had their witness who examined Sarah Boone to determine whether or not Sarah Boone qualifies for battered spouse syndrome. And I'm assuming they're going to save that for rebuttals. Rebuttals. Let's do a recap before I go. A recap of day 2 of the Sarah Boone trial. Things are moving very quickly. We got to witness number 14 today, and we got to see, or the jury got to see, lots of videos of the interrogation in the car. Well, sorry, those weren't videos, those were audios. So we have part 1, vehicle interrogation. Part 2, that has not been uploaded on the internet, at least not that I know of, maybe it is, that we haven't listened to. That was listened to by the jury. And then we had the public surveillance footage. The first one of, well, actually, hold on a second. Let me start over because I forgot. I like going through each scene with you guys as we do this, but they got to see lots of videos. Okay. Let me scroll all the way back to witness number 11, Sarah Zidowicz, aka possibly Jan from The Office. So Sarah Zidowicz is a forensic pathologist. Okay, I think I'm just going to do the whole recap thing because I recapped already for lunch. I'll do a quick little short recap. I won't go into detail. And then for the second half, I'll go into more detail. But Sarah Zidowicz talked about George Torres and how he was most likely in like a fetal-like position. Could have been maybe resting on his back because of something called liver mortis, which is when blood accumulates when you're dead. Now, what I thought was interesting was that, I don't know, she didn't mention this, and this would have been a Google thing, but if you're the jury, you would only consider what she says. But I did the Google thing, and I looked it up, and it says that rigor mortis is at its peak at about 12 hours. And so if Sarah Boone was to take George out of the suitcase at around the 11-hour mark, he would have been really, really stiff. That's why I was wondering, did she take George out of the suitcase way before the 11-hour mark? Was it maybe that night? Maybe it was early in the morning. Maybe she didn't sleep. Maybe she was awake the entire time. I don't know. Injuries that she talked about were for the head, there was blunt impact around the eye, the mouth area. We saw a little bit of George's lips where there was dried lips and there was like dried blood. Seems like to be coming out of it, but you didn't really get to see it, just a little, kind of like the tip of it. Hands, he had large bruises on both hands. Back, large bruises as well. Forearms. George was about 103 pounds. He was about 62 inches. If you guys want to know, the size of George, that's 160 centimeters and 46.72 kilograms roughly. The injuries could be consistent with being pushed down the staircase. However, she was unable to determine whether or not if he was inside the suitcase as he fell down or if he was not in the suitcase as he fell down. She said a lot of these injuries, all the injuries, were actually consistent with happening at the same time. Talked about what they found in the system: caffeine, alcohol, nicotine. In terms of blood, for blood alcohol, they were able to get at 0.138. However, if you take the vitreous fluid, I guess, and try to examine the alcohol in that one, that takes more time for it to metabolize, I guess. So that one was at a higher number. Having the vitreous fluid, whatever the fuck it is, being higher than the blood alcohol shows that the alcohol was metabolizing. So he was coming down from, I guess, like the alcohol drunkenness. Said that there was blood on the lips. There was swelling around the corner of the eye. Again, injuries from blunt force trauma. Cross-examination was kind of a mess. But cross-examination, they're trying to say, they're like, okay, well, you say that George was really drunk, right? She's like, yes. If you're really drunk, was he impaired? Like, yeah, okay, yeah, you could be impaired. Is he more willing to take risks possibly because he's drunk? Yeah, sure. And so I think they're trying to say that George was drunk, was willing to get inside the suitcase because he was drunk. I don't know if you want to believe it. If you believe it, sure. If you don't, like me. They asked about whether or not she did studies on the suitcase and cross-examination, blah, 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 blah. They asked, well, if he was drunk, is it possible that he was too drunk to unzip himself outside of the suitcase? Couldn't he have just gotten out on his own? Is it possible that he was too drunk? It's like, yeah, sure, possible. Or she could have just unzipped him. And then Owens mentioned that the injuries that George got could be from Sarah poking him with a baseball bat instead. And she's like, yeah, that's possible. I don't know how that makes her case better, but Owens brought that up. I'm sure she'll clarify it in her testimony tomorrow when we hear from Sarah Boone. Owens mentioned, is it possible that he could have just had a heart attack? And she's like, I mean, there's no evidence of scarring in the heart muscles. So no, probably not. And then he's like, well, is it possible he could have just died of natural disease? And she's like, nope, injuries would override natural disease when she's making her assessment, I guess. In redirect again, they went over the difference between the blood and then the vitreous, saying that he was metabolizing liquor at the time of his death. She made it very clear that you can't metabolize alcohol while you're dead. She made that clear with Owens. They had some sort of a security issue. That's why they started late today. They went over the stipulations, and the stipulations that both sides agree upon was that the victim, the decedent in this case is George Torres. And then also there was an FDLE report. I guess that's Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I think that's FDLE. I think that's what it stands for. Basically admitting that into evidence. It's like a lab report. And so the person who did the lab report, was a crime lab analyst, Meredith McCaskill, testified. That is witness number 12. That's Meredith right here, witness number 12. Fingernail clippings from George Torres found his DNA, but no foreign DNA, so no Sarah Boone DNA. Swabs of Sarah Boone's fingernails shows Sarah Boone's DNA on there, which would make sense because it's her fingernails. However, no foreign DNA was found. Witness number 13. Oh, wait. No, this is witness number 13. I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up. Where's the other witness at? Did I skip a witness? Oh, I skipped a witness. I'm sorry. Wrong one. This is Meredith McCaskill, the one with a nice outfit. Witness number 13 is Janella Udon. Digital forensic examiner. We looked at text messages, and the text messages that popped up was Sarah Boone saying, I'll get rid of him. That was back in, I think, January. So roughly about maybe like 6 weeks before the murder happened. Seems like, she was not getting along with George. And she messaged, I forgot who she messaged. Was it a brother or something? But she basically said that she was going to get rid of him. Okay, so after the lunch break, After lunch, what do we sell? Oh, Detective Chelsea Kepsel. So all the other stuff I already recapped in a little bit more detail. But let's get to the second part because I don't want to repeat myself over and over for you guys. You guys are going to be sick of me. Detective Chelsea Kepsel, where's she at? I'm trying to get a decent picture of her where she's not blinking. Detective Kepsel. Let me get a video of you. There you go. Hello. Ooh. Detective Kepsel. We got to hear the interrogation, part 1. Part 2, which I haven't heard yet. I haven't heard it because I don't think it's uploaded to the internet. Maybe it is. But we got to listen to part 2, and that was very, very long. That was new content to me. And then we got to see the public's video of George and Sarah Boone purchasing the wine. Let me see. So that's Sarah Boone and George purchasing the mega pint of the wine. That's right there. And then they got to listen to the interrogation video, the infamous interrogation video. I did notice it's a little bit longer, but just by a tiny bit. I think the original interrogation video was around like 2 hours long. I think it went over just by a little bit. And then that's about it. The interrogation video was very long, took a huge chunk of the jury's time. They had to stay about over an hour late today. And the state ended with, hey, this is going to be our last witness. We're done. Cross-examination is going to happen tomorrow by the defense. And cross-examination, I think Mr. Henderson, I think he said it was going to take about 35, 40 minutes. After that, there'll be a redirect by the state. And the state will rest their case. Owens is going to call Sarah Boone as the first witness tomorrow, and the judge thinks it's going to be around 10:30. I'm thinking it's probably going to be later, because what if they start the court late today? What if there's more hiccups? Who knows, Might not even be 10. Might not even be 10. Might be a lot later. And that's it for today. Just lots of videos, lots of audio. And, it's going to look so bad for Sarah Boone, because when she testifies, the jury already has all this loaded in their brains. When she goes up there and testifies, and she talks very softly with her meek little voice, and she's going to act like, oh my God, I'm an innocent victim. I don't know what happened. I don't know how this happened. It's going to be so hard to believe that, because they saw her in the body cam, the interrogation, the audios, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, it's going to be rough for her. And like I said, her defense already is kind of all over the place. To me, it just doesn't really make sense. But, I mean, that's all they've got, right? They got to do the best that they can. Yeah, she's going to testify. Owen said a long time ago that when he represents someone, he likes to have it so the defendant testifies. That was like some interview that he gave a long time ago. So we will be hearing from Sarah Boone. I mean, we have to hear from Sarah Boone, because if they're going to go with the battered spouse defense, we need her version of events. Especially since her version has changed significantly from the original story. Before she said it was an accident. Before she said they were playing hide and go seek. Everything was fine. Nobody was hurting each other. All that stuff. And now she's trying to say, well, actually, we were fighting. I was in fear of my life. I had no way to protect myself other than to beat him with a baseball bat and eventually leave him the suitcase and not call 911 and then fall asleep. I don't know. It's a hot mess. I just can't believe that we're going through so quickly. I thought it was going to be like a more dragged out case. Yeah, she's not smiling now. But that's it. That's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I mean, I don't really have that much to say. I don't think I have anything else to say. Straight A convict. Maybe she can be a teacher and teach all the other people in prison. I don't know. The prosecution will rest. It's just that their witness has to be cross-examined by the defense first. I mean, do you guys have any quick questions or anything before we head out? Really, not much. Not much. One of the moves is putting your opponent in a suitcase somehow. That sounds super claustrophobic. That's about it for the recap. So I'm going to do the same thing for today's stream like I did with the other stream. I have the whole stream up on the channel, and then I'll have a condensed version, and I'll include the videos, the audios and stuff, but I'll kind of just like get to the point. But for the videos and the audios, I'm going to keep the entirety of it. And that's about it, y'all. I don't know, not much to say today. A lot of the stuff we've already seen, so it'll be like a broken record to repeat it over and over again. Do I think she has friends in jail? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know anything about her jail life. I just know that the jailhouse staff are probably sick of her. They believe that she is, what is it, like unrealistic, ask for a lot, all that stuff. You're gonna set your alarm? All right, I'll see you. You guys have a great day. Take care. Join the Discord if you like. Feel free. I moved the vlogs over to my other channel, so it's not on the True Crime channel. It's weird to have true crime and murderers and then putting my vlogs on here. So I decided to separate it out. So feel free to check it out if you guys want to. Go lucky. Have a good one. And yeah, you guys take care. Take care. Get a good rest. Go out. Get some fresh air, Don't think about Sarah Boone until tomorrow morning. And I'll see you guys bright and early. I'm going to go work on the video right now. And then hopefully I'll get to watch some scary movies. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye, Rain. Bye, beautiful. Bye, Suave. Richie, take care. Doreen, good to see you. David, good to see you as well. Grub, Kay, Queen, good to see you guys both. We got Daisies, Nevada Nate, the Tic Tac Boom. Beautiful Messy Ball, good to see you as well. You and me, Grub, Applesauce. Oh, that sounds good. I'm so hungry right now. Something wrong. I'll see you later. Golden Samurai and Go Lucky. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining me both on Twitch and on YouTube. I stream on both platforms, except on YouTube. I do true crime stuff, and then on Twitch I'll do the true crime stuff on there as well. But on Twitch I just do video games. When we do the exclusive Twitch streams, it's just video games on there. I don't know what I'm gonna play. Maybe Silent Hill. Yeah, there's a Silent Hill remake. Also, if you guys have any recommendations for other horror movies, feel free to post it in the Discord. The Discord is just basically like a chat room type of thing, and then there's just different categories. So we have a true crime section, we have like a news section, movie section, blah blah blah. So it doesn't have to be all true crime stuff. We're all true crimed out, when we're offline. But yeah, I hope you guys have a good one. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and take care. Bye, y'all. See you later.